Why, hello and welcome to the August 2023 NA Minor. I'm joined by the illustrious It's Montage, and I am his co-host, Sadia Moon. Montage, how are you feeling about today's tournament?
I am excited for this tournament. So as a lot of you guys know, this tournament was actually supposed to happen at an earlier date, but then we got a lovely surprise with the patch 110 update.
Yeah.
So that has turned everything on its head. And of course, things had to get pushed back due to getting all the programs to work properly, but also kind of giving the players a chance to pretty much relearn the game in a way of putting it. And so I'm so excited for this. This tournament in particular is going to be wildly different from what we've seen up until this point. And I'm just excited to see what the players have been labbing. One of the things that comes with patch 110 is that more weapons are viable. So I'm wondering if we're going to see more of the same from before, if those strong options like power stance straight swords, power stance great spears, things like that are going to still rise to the top, or if we're going to kind of see some new knowledge check type weapons that are going to be entering into the meta. But this tournament has everything set up for it to just be something entirely new, and I'm excited for that.
Yeah, definitely. Same here. I think a lot of us were really caught off guard by that random 3 a.m. patch that completely changed how PvP works in Elden Ring. I think a good way to sum it up is Dark Souls 3 heads are eating right now, based on these changes. There's a lot of really interesting stuff to see. Because of this, the ban list has also been affected. So the best thrusting swords, the Clean Rot Knight Sword, the S-Stock, and the Noble's S-Stock are all banned now because of the poise changes. Those things are doing insane damage, I believe, for a one-handed R1. It does like just under 60. It's like 68, or no, it's 54 poise damage. And then on a one-handed R2, it's like 216 or something, if I'm reading this table right. Like, so we've had to make some changes. I don't think we'll see much two-handed thrusting sword. I think maybe we'll see some house stock. You'll probably get to see the rapier, then maybe Antspur as well, and then perhaps Rogier's. The Rogier's rapier, obviously the damage isn't as high, but it has similar range to the S stock and clean run. So if anybody's running house stock, I'd expect to see those options more. I'm expecting to maybe see some arcane builds as well to make use of the Antspur a little bit. But is there anything in particular that you expect to see? I mean, outside of the the pretty typical PSGS and the power stance straight swords, is there anything that you think that we're not expecting?
Gosh, as far as things that we're not expecting, I think one of the biggest changes that has come with patch 110 is the hyper armor changes and how that has completely made certain things viable that weren't originally. I know for myself as a Gugs main, the fact that I can just base tank shots and win the trade with damage alone, I'm pretty happy about that. Now, will we see a Gugs in a tournament? Don't think so, but never say never. But yeah, I think adding the extra hyper armor onto things like Greatsword, Curved Greatsword, it does make those particular weapon classes a lot more scary. And I know with the new patch, we're definitely going to see a lot more trades. And so I don't know. I just want to see stuff like bring out like a brick hammer or something. Just completely lean into these hyper armor trades. But I don't know. I think what I'm gonna expect to see is the players they're probably gonna play a lot with what they're comfortable with. But what I hope to see today is that there are some players that have just been labbing some forbidden knowledge, and we're gonna see some knowledge checks with some really weird off meta picks. And I think hyper armor might play into that. We'll see, but yeah, it's Pandora's box. I really have no idea.
Yeah, I definitely think hyper armor is going to play a big role. Something I've noticed is that there's a few there's a few interesting weapon arts that have true combos now. One of
Mm,
them actually is not to put any ideas in anyone's head, is the dragon halberd. The dragon halberd, you know, like it's never really been a competitive weapon on the competitive scene, right? But because the fact that it is a true combo now, I'd be interested to see if anybody pulls it out. If anybody does, I would expect Frosty. Frosty loves pulling out the like I've seen him come in with
mm.
anchors and the warp axe and I think even the keen sword once or twice. But
Yeah.
if there's anybody that's gonna run something super niche like that, I'd expect it to be him.
Yeah, I'm so glad you brought him up because I knew that once the patch dropped, there were so many voices out there. Some of them happy, some of them not happy. But he was definitely one of the people that was praising the patch from the get go because he was already doing this stuff before it was beneficial to pull out any of this stuff. So
Yeah.
I can only imagine what he's gonna play around with. And you brought up the dragon halberd. Yeah, there's a lot of weapon arts and Ash of Wars that have that hyper armor added to them, but also have that blendering potential, that true combo potential. And I think when you're using the den maps, where the maps are smaller, you can force people into corners. I think using some of those Ash of Wars that can catch people like that might actually be a lot more powerful. But we are in our first match here. We have VegGeorgie and Beven. Sadia, would you like to take away this first match?
Absolutely. Combatants, prepare to fight in 3, 2, 1. And the physics are away. It looks like VegGeorgie is running the Cypher Pata, and Beven is on PSGS with the Siluria Great Spears, I believe. Oh, two nice, really crouch L1s, 3 in a row, actually. The beautiful roll catches. What a start. Beven is the #1 seed for a reason, coming hot out of the gate. He's not playing around. VegGeorgie has a big catch-up right now. It's going to be really difficult, I think, for him to do anything in this matchup as he gets roll caught again, and there's the tear proc as well. No, it wasn't a tear proc. I think it's still active. There is a still no tear proc. Amazing. He is getting roll caught over and over and over again. Has only been able to get one hit in so far. Those crouching L1s are just so nasty. I think he's caught him like 6 times in a row, as that last one was a tear proc. Georgie's gonna really have it tough though with these Cypher Pod. He's greatly outranged by this matchup so far, and definitely out DPS'd by it. I think we know how this first one is going to go, as he gets a nice little R2 in there. Just do a little bit of chip damage. Just says, hey, he's not going to get it for free. Actually, gets Beven to about halfway. He does still have his tier active. There's a little bit of a roll catch, but Georgie does get the talisman swap to get the blue feather and red feather branch sword. Those aren't quite procs yet. He does have the blessed dew on as well. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to tank one more L1. Oh, he does actually. Oh, he gets roll caught twice in a row. And Beven takes the first stock. Actually, you know, montage. Georgie put up a pretty good fight there towards the end. It seemed like that was going to be over sooner rather than later, but Georgie eventually found his footing for a little bit and managed to get Beven down to about halfway. It's a shame that, you know, he well, I mean, there's really only so much he can do, right? You know, in this matchup.
Yeah. The kind of the rock paper scissors here is that on one hand, with Beven running the double Silurias, you have that damage, but you also have that range. Now, of course, I actually really like the Cypher Pata pick here, because it's one of those things where, you know, if you can stay on top of somebody and make it so they can't use that range advantage, you know, to their benefit, I think Cypher Pata is a good rundown. But I mean, Beven is also just such an incredibly strong player. So the fact that he's, you know, using this weapon that possibly has a bit of an issue when people are on top of you and still staying out of the range of damage, congratulations to Beven. I mean, well done on the first match. But we have our second match ready to go, and on your cue.
Combatants, prepare to fight in 3, 2, 1.
Okay, both flasks out. Right now we have a couple daggers to start. Okay, all right. So we have a coated power stance straight sword. One with the Sacred Blade. Beven sticking with the Solarius. Jumping R1 does land on VegGeorgie. Right now, both players, again, feeling each other out. And a couple neutral jump fake outs to try to see how the other player reacts. Okay, Beven catches that jump. He does call his bluff of VegGeorgie. Goes for the Sacred Blade, does miss. The crouch L1 coming from the Solarius. And right now, both players doing a little bit of talisman swapping. Looks like a Sacred Scorpion has been put on by the side of Beven. Again, both players are feeling each other out. They're playing the neutral pretty well, you know, playing it relatively safe and just trying to find the weakness of the other player right now. Oh, okay, the crouch L1's coming out. Does not get the vortex, but does land some decent damage right now. We have half damage to almost full damage on Beven. Right now, it looks like VegGeorgie is going to have to get a little bit more aggressive to keep things, you know, in his favor. Because Beven, with his really, really strong fundamentals, is going to... Okay, there we go. See, the aggression coming out. I'd love to see more of that just getting in their face. Again, I think Unga Bunga isn't necessarily the right way, but you know what? Beven decided it's his turn. Lands 2 crouch L1s, and that is a lot of damage. The bubble has been popped on the side of VegGeorgie. VegGeorgie on the back end. Okay, and lands with 83. Oh. I mean, again, maybe I had that a bit wrong there, you know? I said play a little bit more aggressive, but that aggression, I did notice that VegGeorgie halfway through that fight did get a bit more aggressive, and Beven just immediately punished it. So yeah, that was a nice clean 2-0, like to Beven. I don't know if there's anything there that you saw that was maybe out of the ordinary, or just anything that your thoughts were on that match, Sadia.
I mean, not particularly out of the ordinary. I think VegGeorgie did a much better job there. I think the main thing that really did him in was the panic rolls. You saw him try to like mix it up there, not actually rolling and go for a jumping L1. It was a trade, unfortunately, but it was something to just kind of mix it up a little bit. I think he was on the back foot the whole time. You know, he's very well aware of Beven, who Beven is, and he respects him as a player. Which, I mean, if you're going against Beven, you should. But I think sometimes it just seemed like the panic got the best of him. But I mean, there's not much you can do going against Beven. So I think all in all, that second stock he played much better around, and I think he should feel good about how he played.
Yeah, for sure. And I also do like the switch up of weapons, starting on the Cypher Pata to see how Beven reacted to that. It seems like Beven was comfortable even with that up in your face fist weapon play style. Switches over to Power Stance Straight Sword, something that has more of a traditional, it's just a strong pick, especially with the new patch. You know, the poise damage that you can do with that setup is extremely good. I mean, all things considered, you know, VegGeorgie, both players, Beven, they put up a good fight. Beven remains to show everyone that he's a force to be reckoned with. Came in second place in the last FOC that we casted together, and I mean, you know, that's I just have to say good job to both players. But we have Slandz and Sip up next. So I will say I was watching the Den put on a fight club earlier in the week, and I saw Slandz on like a 15 something kill streak. It just kept running through everyone. So Slandz seems like a player that is really heating up and really making a name for themselves. So I'm excited to see, you know, what they're going to pull off. But yeah, any thoughts you have?
Well, if we take a look at the bracket, their seeds are like neck and neck. Slandz is a number 8 seed. Sip is number 9, actually, a little bit lower. So I'm really curious to see what's gonna happen. I think I've only casted again one tourney where I've seen Slandz. I think you were in it as well, co-casting with me. Sip I've seen time and time again. I'm expecting to see Bloody Hellas from him. That's something that he loves to play with, a heavy thrusting sword. Considering that the one-handed on that does 69, the two-handed does I can't quite remember the poise damage off the top of my head, but I want to say that a two-handed R1 is like 180 or something. So you could definitely make plays with it. I don't really know what to expect from this. I don't think I've seen Slandz and Sip play against each other yet. If you had to pick a winner, who are you going with?
I think, like you said, I would say it's probably proper seeding here. I know Slandz is if I remember correctly, Slandz is a little bit newer compared to Sip. So there's that tournament experience that also carries over into like tournament play and nerves, right? But also Slandz has kind of been, like I said, they've been practicing, they've been showing off what they're capable of, and again, getting that mental in a proper state that you'd need for these tournaments. This might be the tournament where he's got that figured out, and that's good to go. Like I said, I saw him earlier this week, just absolutely running just a train through everyone. It can go both ways, but I think Slandz is on a hot streak. They've definitely been practicing. So I'd say I put it on Slandz, but that's not to say like if Sip were to take it 2-0, I would be like, yep, that checks out too. Both these players are incredible. So who knows?
Yeah, definitely. Who knows? I think it's a good way to put it. This might be one of the most if I had to take a guess as to like which match is the most up in the air, I'd probably go between Slandz and Sip and Flooz and Faraday. Honestly, I mean, Floozutter is the number 7 seed. Faraday is the number 10 actually, but Faraday has been in the top 4 before. So, but I mean, if I had to pick 2 matches again, that could go either way. Those are the 2 that I'm picking. I think we'll have to wait to see how the first stock goes to get an idea, a vibe for like what the tone of this match is going to be like, if there's going to be any changes with weapons. But it looks like we won't have to wait any longer, as we have Sip in the right in red and Slandz in the left in blue. Montage, could you count us down, please?
I sure can. And 3, 2, 1. Begin.
Bolt is away, and out comes a Frostbot on the side of Sip. He pops his physics, Slandz rolls, and no problem pops his physics as well. There's your Gugs, Montage. Yeah. There it is. Yeah. Slandz is rocking the Gugs, and Sip is running, I believe, a Twin Blade, and is that an off dagger as well? That might be a Misericord in the offhand. This is off meta. This is what I want to see. As Slandz gets the first bit of damage, Sip does land an L1 from that Misericord, though. I'm going to guess he's running a Bleed. If you're running off dagger, usually that comes with Bleed or Frost build. So we'll see if we start to see any status build up. Did he just pop a neutralizing bullets? I think that's a poison Gugs. Yeah, he does have poison grease on it. Out comes the spinning slash on the Twin Blade for a little bit of damage, not too much though. And Slandz responds with a crouching R1 of his own. There's another one actually from the gets a Sip caught in neutral. There's a charge. Oh wait, that was supposed to be a backstab. That was going to be a backstab, and he caught him in the panic rolls. But Sip actually responds with a bunch of L1s of his own. Out comes the Frostbot again. Both combatants are about even right now. Celebrity is active. This is the most exciting match already. Is a backstab.
God, I love this game.
Two backstabs. Sip gets out of the first one, but panic rolls and gets roll caught. But then ending with a backstab on the Gugs. Montage, I can tell you're very excited and have some words to say. Please don't keep them a secret. Let us know what you're thinking.
I am frothing at the mouth. I threw out the would somebody use Gugs for the love of the game, because I knew there's no way that would happen. And Slandz, the people's champ, said, how about me? And here's the thing about that. I hope Slandz had no intention of using Gugs prior to today. I hope he just heard me just casually throw that out there and, be like, you know what? I'm going to be that guy. How are you going to be that guy? You're going to miss a backstab and still confirm damage, and then you're going to connect one later.
Oh my god.
My dude, let's go.
What a beautiful backstab. And already we're ready for the second stock. I will count the combatants in right now. Prepare for combat in 3, 2, 1. Montage, take it away.
All right. Okay, so we have the flash coming from the side of Slandz. Does sidestep the Frostbot being thrown from Sip. We have the volcano pots. Right now, Sip is using the projectiles to kind of space out and do some area denial from his side. I do like seeing that. Kind of putting Slandz into a bit of a bullet hell. But you know what? Slandz says, guess what? It's bullet hell time for you as well. Okay, it's just become Hogwarts. It's wizardry. We're just shooting a bunch of magic at each other. This is great. But it doesn't matter because our boy Slandz has the poison gugs. I don't understand the idea behind poison, but I'll take it. And the spinning slash on the twin blade coming out. This is one of those Ashes of Wars that is incredibly strong. It was already strong prior to 110, but wow, just the single spin to kind of space out the gugs there. I mean, well done on the side of Sip. Sip is just taking damage for free onto Slandz there, but Slandz, again, being a little bit more patient, using these crouch pokes to stack on this damage. The thing about Gugs is that obviously back in patch, like, I think it was like 1.4, 1.5, you know, the crouch poke was like, you almost couldn't miss it.
Yeah.
But it's, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's a placebo, but I feel like I'm hitting that a lot more in patch 110. I couldn't tell you if there's anything changed. It probably isn't, but it doesn't matter. Okay, bubble popped on the side of Slandz, but the bubble is still on the side of Sip. Sip almost at full. Slandz is on the back foot here. Oh, it looks like Sip is pissed. Sip was not happy that backstab happened, and now Sip has completely turned the tides of the fight in full control. Again, still using these projectiles, the ice pots for the range, the volcano pots so that Slandz cannot come on into his space there. Okay, gosh, I mean, look at this. He's switching from two-handing it to also having the dagger on the offhand. I mean, he's utilizing the full toolkit. He's like, hey, I got two arms, and I'm gonna use this off dagger to finish the job. Again, one of the things that is a downside of using these ultras is you have any of the faster weapons like fist, off dagger, whatever it is, it does punish the slowness of that weapon. But nonetheless, I mean, it looks like Sip had his game plan work from start to finish there. So well done to Sip.
Yeah, definitely. Kudos to Sip. I think it should be important to note the twin blade that he's using. Well, all twin blades really, even one-handed, deal 100 poise damage on a neutral R1. That is a lot of damage coming out early. So unless Slandz is getting like, the hyper armor from the chilling mist, or is like already like mid swing, he's gonna get like broken and knocked out of it. I think the fact that like it does seem like he's still fishing for the backstabs. He is relying on that, but Sip is doing a great job at zoning and controlling like where Slandz can and can't go. And it's really showing right now that Slandz is gonna have to mix something up, but we're gonna find out here if he sticks with the guts montage.
I don't think he is, but you know what? Combatants, get ready to begin. In 3, 2, 1, go.
And the bolt is away. Out comes the physic on the side of Slandz. Takes the lightning pod, actually, and Sip gets his physic off. So there's an early bit of damage already. Slandz has a talisman swap and gets punished for it. He does swap to a greatsword. I believe that is the Knight's Greatsword. Or maybe it's
that it is.
That is the Knight's Greatsword. Yep. Lands a bunch of damage early. Sip responds with a spin slash of his own. Lands another one from neutral, excuse me. As he tries to come in here, feints like the jump attack, gets hit by his spin slash again! That's the third time already in this stock within 30 seconds. He's really got to watch out for that. The spin slash is kind of deceptive in range on the twin blade. It's really easy to just kind of it's super easy to underestimate the range on that and really get caught in it, because once you get caught in it, you're eating about like 3 hits from that at least. So I think Slandz is doing a pretty good job as far as the technicals go so far, but Sip is playing L2 in ring right now and landing those spin slashes, and you know what? It's working for him. But Slandz is now a little bit more cautious. He does have a slight lead. Oh! And gets stunned out of the piercing thing again. Sip is really just spamming L2, and it's working. You saw in that last one, it was just on the edge, but there's a nice piercing thing. Sip does survive it though. He's really low right now. Out comes the spinning slash, but Slandz expects it. They both have the blue feather and red feather brand swords. Their talismans are mirrored with also the blessed dew and great jar arsenal. So both are regenerating HP right now. I don't know if Slandz could get it. Actually does pop a swap. Yeah, there's a curved greatsword and an offhand. Is that the a Shamshir, I believe, and Sip swaps to something with like honed bolt on right now, and actually lands one of them. And now Sip has the lead actually as he gets 2 hits on early and is now back. He has an S stock, or no, not the S stock. Excuse me. He does have a thrusting sword in his offhand. I believe that's Roger's, but gets hit by the neutral R1, and Slandz barely takes it. Bit of a misstep by Sip right there. Oh no, not the point down. No, and there's the flail swap. What is this? What is this? No shot. No shot. But I think that was just it looked like a bit of a misread by Sip there. It looks like he thought he had a chance to pop a bolus or something, and just really underestimated how close Slandz was to him, because again, that running R1 and the neutral R1 on curve great swords, I think he's running the dismounter. It's pretty damn good range, Montage. But what do you make of that? The ending there specifically. What happened?
That fight was an absolute fiesta. It was like so starting off, and in a good way. Starting off, we saw that Slandz started with the KGS. When I watched Slandz do his multiple kill streak, it was on the KGS. And he kind of you could see in his play, he was leveraging the new changes to poise. So the way that the extra poise damage is calculated is it's tied to the animation. So it's always your first attack that does more poise damage. So what he would do is R1 block cancel into R1. So he would get the full benefits of the poise damage on each hit. And sometimes, just as a mix-up, he would then go, swinging into the second and third to try to get the combo. And then once it got to the middle of the game, everyone just started pulling out the full tool list of stuff. We saw the dismounter win the game with the running R1 there. And Sip, like I liked the cheeky, I'm gonna pull out a dagger with a Thunderstrike Asha War on it. Almost killed Slandz for the victory, but Slandz did tank it. Both players, I saw Slandz, like they threw on both their feather talismans, like they're at half health. They're like, I'm not even gonna chance it. I'm not gonna. They're like, I will live as much as they did, and I love seeing fights like that where it's just down to the last sliver of 100 health each. So, but congratulations to Slandz for pulling that out with the running R1. On the dismounter.
Yeah, congratulations to him. But unfortunately, we do have an ad break coming out right now. We run them at half-hour points. It's 90 seconds. It's a good chance for you to go get water, get up, stretch, go do what you got to do. And after 90 seconds, we will be right back. All right, welcome back, everyone, to the Festival of Combat of August 2023. We had some really interesting first 2 matches, especially the last one. A lot of stuff we didn't expect to see. Montage got to see his gugs, and 2 backside animations. One of them actually connected too. Pretty exciting stuff. But next, we have the number 4 seed, going up against the number 13 seed. Tam. Now, Tam is a brand new player, to my understanding. Hasn't competed in a Den tourney as of yet. Don't know what to expect, but their first match is a pretty tall order going up against Sari, Montage. And we know Sari pretty well, don't we?
It's funny. Funny story about Sari. I didn't even know that Souls had competitive scenes to them. I started being a streamer back in October. And I was at the Crab Shack, and I invaded a guy holding a shunter. And this guy moved so incredibly weird and fast, it was like he was playing the game on 8 times speed, where I was playing in the Stone Age. This individual was Sari. Sari introduced me to the comp scene. It's just that this, everything existed and like that there's tech to this game. And I was just like a small little like wee budding streamer. I was like, whoa, my gosh, whoa. Like, so I kind of owe a little bit of my involvement in this scene to Sari. And the thing that like, it's so cool to see that like he's the 4th seed, right? You know, it's definitely in the top half. Someone that has completely shown off their skill. Sorry is one of those players that puts in the hours. I mean, all of these players do. You don't get here by not doing at least a little bit of practice. And so Sorry is definitely a veteran that has earned their stripes deservedly. And then we have Tam. Tam is, like you said, it's someone that's newer. And I also want to call that out just for a second. There's a couple names in here that at least I'm not familiar with. Maybe they have more tournament experience that I'm not aware of, but a couple names that I'm not super familiar with. Godlike K2, PSGS Nerd 42, amazing name, and rikiponcho, as well as Tam. Those are names that may have shown up in tournaments before, and maybe I wasn't aware, but I know for sure at least Tam is a new person. So that's one thing that I'm really happy to see, is that when you see some new names pop up in the scene, you know, people are interested in and are working. They're trying their best to get qualified into these tournaments. Seeing new faces is always a good thing. So hopefully Tam is one of those people that does the weird knowledge check stuff with patch 110. One thing that I loved, by the way, was in that last fight, Sip versus Slandz. Sip was just like, hey, even in competitive scene, L2 and Ring can be viable.
Yeah,
and it worked. So
true. Yeah, this was like the first 4 hits of damage he landed in the last stock were literally all L2s.
Mm-hmm.
Every single hit he landed, like the first 5 of them were just spin slash, and it went.
Hey, I'm down with it. I you know, like that's one of those things where it's just like you look at it at face value and like, oh, that's scripted. You can't just mash L2. And seeing 2 players that definitely know what they're doing, just being like, yeah, you can. Just gotta use it the right way, but you can do it still. Something poetic and beautiful about that. I'm excited really to see this next match. I wonder if Sorry is gonna pull out. Sorry, someone that's been known to be really good on Shunter, and of course, I am immediately corrected, and it looks like Power Stance Spears.
Is that?
Or is that PSGS? I think those are lances. Okay.
I think, yeah, they look like lances to me. And then on the right, Tam has got, I think that's a great shield. I forget the name of that one. I don't know what he's got. There's no way he's running supporting board, right? Well, you know what? I guess we'll find in a second. I'll count us in really quick. Combatants, prepare for combat in 3, 2, 1.
All right, both players off. We have the flash coming from the side of Sorry. We have a bit of a later flash on the side of Tam. That is a sword and board.
It is
right there. Let's go. More weird stuff. I'm loving this. What?
Is it a guard counter?
Yes! Yes! Do more stuff like that. Show me crap that I really should not be seeing.
Oh
yes.
God.
Okay. Running R2s coming out really big on the side. Oh, that's the carrion. The carrion straight sword.
It is, yeah, carrion knight sword, yeah.
Yeah, carrion knight sword. Okay, so this is this just immediately got interesting. I wonder if there's gonna be more okay, look at this damage! Look at this, Tam is winning right now. Tam has the health advantage. Okay, Power Stance straight sword says no. Okay, all right, Sorry's just standing there and just L1. Okay, Tam is now down to 81 health. This is going to be with sword and board is going to be an uphill battle, and of course, Sorry goes in for the trade. The bull goat monster tentacle octopus head with the power stance straight swords just it is a strong setup for that reason. But I gotta say, Tam came out of that fight swinging, and not only swinging with a setup that. Sword and board technically got a buff, but guess what? So did everything else, right? So it really didn't get that much of a buff, but they said, you know what? Whatever. Like, we're going to bring in a competitive play. And the shield counter, Chef's kit. Yes, more stuff like that you never see. I want to see more of that. But yeah, what did you think, Sadia?
Honestly, Tam was doing really, really well here. I just think he just had a misunderstanding of spacing there. You saw him just get a little bit too close, and Saria was faster with the L1, and then he did manage to block the second one, but then tried to guard counter, and you're not gonna poise through that right now. There's no way. So I think if he learns from those mistakes and gets their spacing right, I think they've actually got a pretty good chance to take this through, or at least take it to a third stock. But why don't you count us in, Montage, and we'll find out.
That is true. We will find out. Sorry. It decided that no, it's not time yet. So what I'm hoping is happening right now is Sorry is going and grabbing a just as equally weird setup. So things that I want to see right now. I want to see rat claws. Some people call them venomous fangs. They're called rat claws. I would love to see that. Maybe we might get. He's scared, is what I just saw. You know, anything's possible. Nerves do get to people. Okay, all right. So I think it's still PSSS, but either way, we are ready to go. Both players are in, ready to go. In 3, 2, 1.
And the bolt is away. Out come the physics. So we are still on the same things here. It looks like we this is still Power Sync 3. Wait, no, that's a sword and a what is this Dark Souls 3 chicanery? What is this Dark Souls 3 chicanery I see right now? I don't see exploding bolts being free aimed at the feet. I see a sword and board. Am I gonna see Ring Knight Straight Sword 2? Am I gonna see Gothstock soon as well?
Yes.
What is this? I do love the spirit of this though. This is something I never see, and this is honestly one of the best outside of like those like super close like sweaty matches that go down to the wire. This is like one of the most exciting things to see. Things you don't expect as he lands like the lightning bolts there, and actually lands a big chunk of damage. I think they're about even right now. Tam is that was almost really close with that JR2. If he delayed it just a little bit more, may have actually been able to roll catch him out because they're running R1, but Sar's having no trouble getting out of the way. He's reloading his bolts right now. There's a nice JR1 or R2, excuse me, landed by Tam. There's another neutral R1 as well, but I thought he was going to go for a backstab there. He charged at the R2 and he actually landed it. Tam has a lead right now, albeit slight, and Sari is ready to aim the bolts and actually land some of them, but that's not a good trade in his favor. Tam is taking this out, almost gets a guard counter there, but Sari manages to roll out of the way, does get roll caught afterwards, though Tam does still have a slight lead. Both players do have their bubble tiers active. Tam already has the red feather and blue feather brand sword on preemptively, or maybe he forgot to swap back over after the end of last round. Lands a nice little R1 there to roll catch. Tam is just really trying to outspace him here and take some wins, but Sari is taking this nice and slow and is just having a good time. It seems it's like a big a little chip of damage right there. I think he has his tier bronze. I can't quite tell. I don't see the bubble on him right now. Trying to bait Tam in now with these neutral R1s, it looks like, and Tam is taking the bait, but Sari is just not quite in position to punish. There comes another one. Oh, it looks like he's looking to block one and then punish with a neutral, I think. I think he's trying to do a little bit of outspacing here, as well as trying to get a better feel for how aggressive Tam is actually willing to be. We've got a little bit of posturing going back and forth right now. Nobody's been able to land a hit in about 20-30 seconds so far. It's really going to come down to who makes the first mistake. And Tam, although they are keeping up the aggression, that aggression could get the most of it. If they get a little bit impatient as he lands a nice JR2 and 2 R1 roll catches, Sari is now on the back foot. Doesn't have the Blessed Dew on either. Still has the Millicent's Prosthesis and the Crimson Amber Medallion. We'll see if he swaps either of those out. Also, Erdtree Favor he could swap, unless he needs that for the extra equip load. We'll see as he's running around the arena. He's still not swapping. Oh, there it is. There's the Blessed Dew Talisman and the Blue Feather Brand Sword. Just like I said, as he gets a tier proc, I believe, on Sam. Tam now is about a little over 1,000 HP, and Sari is at 120, climbing all the way up, but there's a nice little roll catch from the R1, and Tam takes the second stock, and we will go to a stock number 3. Montage, could you explain what we saw there a little bit in the first bit?
Dark Souls 3 Rises. because we just got a crossbow straight sword. I love that. I of course, these players, I don't know what it is. It's just National Prove Nick Wrong Day. I sarcastically, I'm like, oh, okay, let's go see them pull out something really weird because that's what happened. And then he does, and then we get a pulley crossbow straight sword in this tournament. It's I love that. I love that. I look what you've started, Slandz. Look what you've started. You called me on the gugs, and you got the style points. And Sorry was just like, yo, two can play at that game. Pulling out a straight sword into a great shield with crossbow. Of course, I think Tam was kind of more ready for that, for the straight sword fighting. But whatever. I'll leave that back to you.
Well, we'll see how ready he is in the final stock. Combatants, prepare for combat in 3, 2, 1.
All right, so it looks like Sorry is back on the power stance straight swords. Won the first match with that, is comfortable on that setup. So it's looking to get those trades right now. And again, I really actually do like the sword and board setup. It is one of those things that you can kind of I checked the rules just to make sure. It looks like perfect block is not banned. I don't know why it would or wouldn't be, but so it's something that you can do. And if we get some perfect blocks, we can get some backstabs if that's something that Tam has been practicing. But you know what? Who has been practicing their spacing and their L1ing? That is Sorry, who is now Tam, who is punishing those L1s on the side of Sorry. So Tam is making this setup work. Tries to go for another guard counter. I like it. I like the cheeky guard counter. It's something that you do not expect. But either way, both players are down. 1,300 on the side of Sorry, 1,500 roughly on the side of Tam. So right now, Tam has a bit of the lead, but Sorry does chip away some of that damage. So now Sorry back in the lead. But yeah, both players, I like this. You have more defenses on the side of Tam, and you have more offense on the side of Sorry with these setups. So it's the sword against the shield, and who will win, the tortoise or the hare. But I like what both these players are doing. Again, we saw a lot of this in a lot of the previous matches. We're seeing a lot of empty hops. We're seeing just both players just trying to find their little way in. Somebody that goes for a punish that doesn't quite get it, then they can reverse punish. Just like that right there. Luckily, Sorry did not get punished there by that jump attack. Looks like, Tam tried to go for it as well, is relying a lot on this block. Relying on blocks in tournament play, that's a scary thing. Ooh, but a big L1 from the side of Sorry. So now that Sorry still has their bubble, never mind, I would like to correct that. Damn, Tam! Just swing! And Sorry said, I can stop the sword with my face! Dang, okay, Sorry's down to now 300. This is looking very scary on the side of Sorry. Sorry can't go for a trade. I mean, this could lead to death. But also Sorry has more of the firepower. So I think Sorry can bring this back, but this is a nail biter. If you're a Sorry fan right now, definitely send up your prayers because this is looking a little scary. But okay, there we go. That's exactly what Sorry needed to punish. And the power stance trade city. Okay. Woo, this is anyone's game. This is anyone's game. I mean, Sorry is definitely a one hit away from losing this match. But Tam also, 300 just goes for. Yeah! Oh my gosh! How did he live?
Didn't get the riposte. That would have ended it.
Get the riposte. Just kept going for the L1s, and frankly, I don't know which one was gonna do more damage. So maybe that was the right call. I have no idea. But it's jumping on matches. Tam takes it. Woo, baby!
What an upset! Tam, the number 13 seed, just took out Sorry in the first round.
Did we not just talk about that? Seeing new blood and seeing them knowledge check people, and just bringing out some weird stuff that people aren't used to fighting, and possibly taking a win off. I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think we've seen any other great shields today. So that, I think, qualifies a little bit And gosh, damn, pulling out guard
right
counters.
here actually gets the guard break. If he was ready to get the, if he expected that and got their post, Sorry would have won.
Yeah.
I don't think he was expecting it. I don't think he knew how low Sam was on their stamina right here. And Sam did a really great job of utilizing those jumping R2s, use it to roll catch a lot. And right here, Sorry just rolled a little bit too late. You could tell he just let go of the button, but a little bit too late and got caught with that. So, Tam made great use of those JR2s throughout that entire set. Honestly, I saw it over and over and over again, and he found great success with it in the second stock. So what a way to finish that. My God. And just to remind you all, we do not have a losers bracket. So Tam is now progressing to round 2 and will face Slandz.
Yeah. First of all, I just want to say to the 1 or 2 people that voted for Tam with 900 channel points against Sorry's overwhelming 25,000 points, you are eating good. Tam believers are eating good today. So congratulations on those that believed in their boy there. Yeah, I mean, we talked about this, right? Did Sorry have to go for the style points and bring out the sword and crossbow? No, but they didn't. And you know what? Winning in the eyes of the people, that means a lot. So I got to give that one to Sorry. So congratulations. But Tam just stuck with it. Carrying Knight Sword with the Great Shield. There was the Great Shield is a very weird thing to bring in because you can pull things off like perfect block. You can do weird stuff like guard counters, which isn't necessarily, I wouldn't say that that's like a meta thing to do, but you know, it's a weird thing that's possible. It's on the table.
Exactly.
Yeah. And what's funny about it is it creates this weird dynamic because you just saw that in the end of that last fight. So Sorry was just going for those L1 hits, right, with the power stand straight swords. And I don't know about you, but when I see someone with a great shield, I don't usually expect to break their poise or break their shield. It's pretty hard to do unless you have like a talisman that's fit for it. So I don't even think, like you called out there, I don't even think Sorry thought that they were going to get that the poise break there. So didn't get the riposte. And yeah, I think you're right. I think the riposte most likely would have led to the win. So when you have that like last game, both sides got to win. You have that last game, last attack. I mean, this is why we look forward to this at the end of every month.
Yeah. that was really, was that like, I think the Sip and Slandz one was right down to the wire as well. Was it not? Like that's two sets back to back that like went down to stock 3 and then down to like less than 150 HP. So like setting the tone early for what we can expect right now in the tournament. But as far as expectations go, the next match we have Frosty and jackk, and Frosty is actually, I believe, the number 5 seed. jackk is number 12. Do we see 2 major upsets in a row? If you had to guess right now.
You know what? I would normally say no, but since today's just been weird all around, I think it's a yes. And I am going to count us down. We'll see who takes it between Frosty and jackk. Both combatants are ready. In 3, 2, 1, begin.
And the bolt is underway. Frosty opening with the green ball. What arrow was that? I don't think I remember off the top of my head, actually. He's running. Is that Catbird? Is he running? He is running Catbird with the Nagakiba and the Banish Halberd in the left hand. And jackk is running. Is that the Veteran's Prosthesis? Oh my God. I love this. I love this tournament so much already. As Frosty lands the first chunk of damage there, gets 4 hits in a row actually, and it's already got jackk under 1000 HP. Beautiful neutral L1 and the neutral R1s as well out of the stun. It's beautiful to see. My God, Catbird is something that I think somebody suggested to me like back in December, and I played around with it a little bit then, and it was actually one of my favorite setups to play with. It's so it's so off meta, but it's so much fun. Nobody expects it, and when it works for you, it feels really, really good. And you could tell Frosty's feeling pretty good right now, as you can see this massive lead he has right now over Jack. Just needs one more one, and he gets the 201 right now on Jack's ankles. Frosty only got hit, I think, once, maybe twice there. Finished with over 2,300 HP as he takes the very first stop in this fourth match. Montage, if you're Jackk, are you thinking about swapping right now, or are you sticking with it for the moment? What you doing?
You know, they always say play what you're comfortable with. I would disagrey with that advice here. I would say if you're going to stick to these fist weapons, which Frosty was clearly so ready for, I think it's time to, it's something's got to give. If I was fighting Frosty right now, I'd maybe go to like a house stock or something. But I mean, Frosty again pulled out the whole bag of tricks. We had Nagakiba two-hand, we had off halberd, was using that range to his advantage, and his aggression was so oppressive. I mean, Frosty came out here today with that GDQ tech, because that was games done quick. I mean, he was so ready for this fight and ready for these fist weapons. But I gotta say, hats off. I like Veterans Prosthesis. Sure, you know what? Fine.
Well, it looks like we are ready for the second stock. I still see the Veterans Prosthesis, so we'll see what Jackk can do here. Combatants, prepare for combat in 3, 2, 1.
All right, bolt away. Frosty going. Oh, a little bit of a mix-up. Use the buff, the golden arrow to buff himself. That time went for the attack. Doesn't quite land though. Okay, now we have an HTS with Chilling Mist. Okay, so yeah, Frosty's doing his patented. I'm gonna just keep doing weird stuff against you. What is that? What is that offhand? Oh, in corner! Oh, that could have been such a bad situation for Frosty. That is one of those places where having a fist weapon, you got someone just backed into that corner like that. That is so strong. Okay, looks like that's not double HTS that I'm looking.
It is double HTS, yeah.
Okay, you know what? I love patch 110. I love patch 110 because nothing makes sense, and I'm not going to even try to act like I can make sense of it. But right now, again, Frosty is just using his mastery of spacing and understanding. Punishes like a back jump. I mean, he's having fun into the running R2. If I was Jackk, I would just, you know what? Ooh, and the jump,
nice jumping a 1. I need to correct myself. I said peeler. That's the Godskin Stitcher. Excuse me.
Oh yeah. No, So welcome to patch 110, where nothing makes sense. We just saw power stance HTS. So that's a thing in our lives now, and we have to just come to terms with that existence. What are your thoughts, Sadia?
My thoughts is that this is a great way to spend my Sunday. That's my first thought. The second one is I have no idea what to expect going forward. I believe this is the Den's first tournament since the 1.10 patch with all the massive poison hyper armor changes. So there's some stuff I did not expect to see Veterans Prosthesis. I didn't expect to see Sword and Board. I know I've seen some people play around with it, like, in more of like a meme fashion, like our resident fan of aviation. But outside of that, I don't see it used at all. So I don't know what we're gonna expect to see in the very next match, which is gonna be the number 2 seed Inservin up against the number 15 seed rikiponcho, who is a brand new combatant. However, we'll have to get into that after the ad break. Every half an hour, we run a 90-second ad break, so it's a great chance for you to get up, get water, go stretch, go grab a snack, go do what you got to do real quick, and after 90 seconds, we will get right back with our next match. All right, welcome back, Montage. We now have quite a few matches under our belt right now. We are about to get to our 5th match of the day with Inservin and rikiponcho. So I wanted to ask you, based on what you've seen so far, I know rikiponcho is a new person, so who knows what we're gonna see with that, but do you think Inservin's gonna play around with some fancy little niche off meta stuff?
I hope so. I would I would wager to say we might not see some off-meta stuff like that from the side of Inservin, because I think anyone that knows Inservin knows this guy's the Terminator. Okay. Inservin is one of those players that is all business, and they are here to absolutely just it's first or nothing, and they play with that mentality every single tournament that they come into. There is a reason you don't get the number 2 seed by not having that complete killer mentality, which Inservin definitely has in spades. So, but here's the thing. Your first match of the day, you're going up against a guy that you're not really familiar with. I hope Inservin, like, again, has a game plan and decides, nah, I'm not going to do that, because everyone else has decided to have fun today. So will I. So I hope we see... Inservin, please, if you're listening, Flail. I'd love to see Flail. You know, at this point, it doesn't matter. So if you're listening and you think you can win with a Flail, it would be crazy of you to totally pick that and make my day. So just, do with that information as you will. But I'm curious to see what the newcomer has to, or I shouldn't say that with full certainty. Maybe they have been in other stuff, but at least I haven't seen them before. I'm curious to see if the person that has played, or that is newer to the tournaments, them maybe go with something a little bit more meta setup, placing that's comfortable, like a power stance, straight swords, maybe even a PSGS. I don't know, but we'll see. I hope more than anything that we just get some of the weird stuff that we've been getting thus far. And again, all the other players are doing that. So let's go. I'm excited for that. But yeah, I don't know what your thoughts are going into this match with these two.
Not too far different from your own, honestly. Based on what we've seen so far, it seems like it's a pretty casual mood that people are entering the tournament with. So I'm honestly hoping for something new that we haven't seen before as well. I mean, like, okay, let's think about what we've seen. We've seen sword and board. We've seen veterans prosthesis. We've seen people open with the great bow and pop like the buff arrows and the golem arrows as well. We saw Catbird in the last round, which isn't like super off meta, but it is like it can work, but it's not preferred. However, we do see Inservin running the power stance, straight sword, coated, Dante's favorite, as we know, and rikiponcho is two-handing a knife. That's not the great knife, is it?
I think that's the Erdsteel dagger.
That's right. Thank
mistaken.
You.
Which, if that's the case, I've actually labbed with this thing. Do not sleep on it.
Well, we'll see what happens. Combatants, or prepare for combat in 3, 2, 1.
All right, so we do have Inservin on those codeds. Again, has that killer mentality. Now, here's the thing about an Erdsteel dagger. You can actually pump the damage on this thing crazy high. The only issue that I see with this particular match on the side of rikiponcho is that the reason that you do this setup is because you have high AR and you can get fast damage. But guess what does that a little bit better is codeds, power stance codeds. As you can see right now, Inservin is just playing that very good fundamentals, has the spacing, is doing the whiff punishes just perfectly on his side. Something that I find interesting is he's running the silver tier mask. I don't know if that's just aesthetic or if there's something that he's doing with that extra bit of arcane. But either way, the bubble has been popped on the side of rikiponcho. Inservin has taken not that much damage, so definitely going to have to see more things happen. The thing is that the more aggressive that you get on rikiponcho, the more dangerous it becomes. And when you have this health disadvantage like you do, it's going to be so hard, especially against a player like Inservin. Right now, again, both players, yeah, they're running around. They're okay. Oh, almost. I respect that, Ricky. And down to 17 health. Unga bunga, just pull out a different weapon and just pray. I don't know. Well, Inservin does take it, and I just want to say, great performance from the side of Inservin. But also, like, is that kind of not the expectation? Inservin is such an incredibly strong player with such great fundamentals of the game that was completely ready for this maybe kind of off meta pick. Yeah, I mean, I have to give it up to him. This is exactly what you expect from Inservin. And maybe also on the side of rikiponcho, maybe they have like some tournament nerves that might have been affecting them. But if that's the case, I just want to say no worries. Keep going at it. You know, the only way you can get rid of tournament nerves is by entering more tournaments. So, yeah. And okay, so the person in my ear says actually the holy resist is what you get with the arcane boost. So as something that I just learned, and maybe some people in chat also just learned. So yeah. All right. So yeah, that was a strategic play. Wasn't using that offensively, but defensively. So either way, we're ready to actually get into our next match, and it looks like Ricky has changed over to the CGS, but I will count us down. Combatants are ready. In 3, 2, 1.
And the bolt is away. Both players opt for the physic. rikiponcho showed a little bit of hesitation there. It's almost like he was expecting a pot or something. There's a nice little JL1 to open it for Inservin, and follow-ups, 2 of them already. rikiponcho is on. He's lost 1900 HP within 5 seconds. Insane, not even 30 seconds into this stock. And Ricky already has an uphill battle, a deficit of 1700 HP as opposed to Inservin as he swaps his talismans around, does pay the price for one more. Swaps to the Bullgo to try to tank a little bit more. I'm not sure if that will make much of a difference. However, I do like the CGS swap on the side of rikiponcho as he gets his bubble popped. The Earthsteel dagger, 2-handed daggers, I think, deal about like 52.5, but the second poise hit will deal, I think, about just under 82, like 81.9. So you would get poise breaks, but not against Power Scene Straight Sword right now. I just see him having much more success already. Gets Inservin to about halfway. Ricky still, though, sitting under 800 HP. If I were him, I would try to swap that crazy name for Medallion for a Blessed Dew. Almost gets the follow-up there on the roll catch. Just a little bit late. But like that, we're almost even. However, Inservin does still have his tier active. Let that be known. So he's sitting on a cool 400 to 500 extra HP for when that does get popped. Ricky's going to have to be very careful. He does get swaps over to the Blue Feather Brand Sword and the Blessed Dew Talisman. There's a beautiful running 2-handed R2 to actually get that pop. So now Ricky's only down by about 400 HP. It's like that, only 100 HP now. Ricky is really climbing their way back right now. Comes the Spinning Slash. So try to bait him a little bit. Not sure what happened there. I think they went to pivot, but they got caught. Gets hit by the JL1, but the Blue Feather saves him. He's now less than 40 HP. Is he going to get... Oh, that's a nice little R1 there. Tries to go for a little bit of snap. The lightning! The goat! No, the lightning ram actually wins it. That's beautiful. I think he swapped to... What was that straight sword? A cane sword maybe that he did? Or maybe swapped to a dagger at the end. But the lightning ram finish. Beautiful. You got to give it. So Ricky, though, Montage did an amazing job there, like really clawing his way back, and that went down to just about the wire for Inservin. He fell down to about 500 HP.
I don't know what to say. I mean, the first like part of that fight, right? Like it was Inservin was just said, "Hey, we're gonna play a game of tag, but you're not gonna be able to touch me," and Ricky just again was backed into that quarter of having that health deficit and just kept fighting back. Like something clicked in the brain of Ricky that just said, you know what, just attack. You know, like it might be Inservin, but guess what? Inservin also bleeds too. And then Ricky started just bringing it back, and that was like. I just want to say congratulations to Ricky for giving us such a good fight there. I mean, I just want to say as a competitor, you have it. I mean, going toe-to-toe, bringing it that close with Inservin, that is no small feat. So got to say hats off to that. But I do also have to say, in the spirit of this tournament just being the absolute weirdest thing humanly imaginable, we saw a lightning ram kill, so amazing. So Inservin having a little bit of fun there to finish off that last fight. But yeah, I just more weird stuff. Have we ever has a lightning ram ever happened in the history of tournament history? I don't know. Maybe there has, but if not, there's always a first for everything.
Probably at some point. There's no way it hasn't happened, but it's again, it's just another thing to kind of mix things up here a little bit. It's another really fun thing to see right now. Again, like you said as well, really great job on the side of rikiponcho for what I believe is their first tourney here to go up against the number 2 seed and take it down to the wire once he swapped to CGS, right? I mean, that's not easy to do. That's a combatant I'd love to see more of in future tournaments. So if they had fun with this, if they had a good time, please feel free to sign up again. I think you provided great, like a pretty good showing so far. But unfortunately, there has to be a winner for each match. So going forward to the next one, that's a winner I'm looking forward to finding out between Floozutter and Faraday. Montage. This was the other match I said that could go either way. Floos never lose, as they say, and Faraday has been in the top 4 before in the past. If you had to pick right now, who are you going with?
I think you were right in your assessment in that both of these players are incredibly seasoned. They are veterans for sure. So as far as going toe to toe, I think this is a wonderful pairing for a matchup as well. If I was held at gunpoint, I would say Flooz is like slightly scarier. Like if I had to fight these two people, I would get demolished by both players. But I think Flooz just has a smidgen more of a fear factor. She absolutely is a menace to fight. And as also someone that's given us incredible performances in the past. But guess what? So is Faraday. So this going any direction is entirely possible. I have had the pleasure of fighting both these players, and guess what? Turns out they're really good. It's crazy how you get into these tournaments and you're a good player. So, wild how that works. But yeah, I mean, Flooz being a little bit seated higher, but like we've seen earlier, seedings don't always mean everything with Tam taking it over Sorry. So anything can happen, and I'm really more curious again to see what these players are going to bring in. I know Faraday really is a fan of the PSGS. Flooz is someone that I've seen kind of really experiment with a lot of different things, so I really have no idea what to expect there. But yeah, as far as my read on the situation, I agree with you. This is going to be a good fight, and I think if anything, with the last FOC that we casted together, like every fight was just so execution was perfect. It was like 80% of the fights were like at least one game was taken off by the loser. Whereas the great part of this tournament is there's so much weird stuff that we have found 2 consecutive tournaments, at least that I've been able to be a part of, where it's just nonstop, just enjoyment, that fun factor. And I hope the crowd is enjoying it as well. But yeah, I guess all of that is a roundabout way to say my money's on Flooz, but I'm curious where your head's at.
I don't know. I know. Okay, if I'm right on this, if memory serves, I do believe that Flooz has participated in more tournaments than Faraday as of late. I don't know how much Faraday plays in their free time. I have seen him cast before. I have commentated on their matches before, and I think actually the first Den tourney I casted was Faraday finishing second or third. I want to say actually. So who knows? Flooz may have been in that tournament as well. Now that I think about it. But again, the game's changed. Builds have changed. People change as well. So who knows? Who knows what to expect? If I had to choose though, I mean it rhymes. Flooz never lose. So they say, right? You can't go against the prophecy. So what I'm really curious about now though, outside of like who's gonna win, is what weapons we're gonna see. Flooz loves to run like Commander Standard here and there and get the buff. They like using Knight Rider Glaive. But because you can't run Clean Rot or S-Stock or Noble's S-Stock, are they still going to run that but with a Rapier, or are they going to go for something else? Because if I had to guess, maybe CGS on the side of Flooz, CGS Dagger. You can't, somebody did mention you can run Rogiers as well, but the damage isn't as high. But if that is what she's more comfortable with, maybe that is what we will see instead. But who knows? Maybe she'll take notes from the first like 5 matches and pull something totally out of pocket here. I don't know. I'm really excited. Again, this is the first Den tourney we've had since the changes, so it's basically everything's basically been reset. It's like half of us are still learning the game all over again right now.
Ooh, here we are. And it looks like there's no way that's a pickaxe.
That is a pickaxe.
So I talked about this before we started. I was like, let's see some weird like great axe stuff and things like that. Looks like our camera needs a little resetting here. But look at that, Sadia. We have a pickaxe in a tournament. So nothing makes sense and everything's confusing. And that is exactly the way that I want things to be. Now, I know, okay, so we have both players. They are ready to go, and they're flashing their ritual shield. Very good. Get inside the other player's head. I like that. Flooz with the pickaxe, like I said, and we're seeing something weird, and it looks like I think that might be an HTS or a Lance on the side of Faraday. Like I said, likes the PSGS, but we will see getting into this. Both combatants are ready. And 3, 2, 1.
All right, the bolt is away. Both players pop their physic right off the bat. Again, Flooz is running the pickaxe or warpack. I think it is called the pickaxe. I don't want to be wrong. There's Moonveil! And then offland. So this is similar to the Catbird, but we're running a great spear with it. Instead, note that if you offhand the L1 on great spears, you get a bunch of hyper armor, as demonstrated right there. As Faraday's able to eat the flaming strike, but that may have not been a great decision, as we see another Moonveil weapon art, and Flooz is just hitting the R1 Unga Bunga strat. Out come more L2 Transient Moonlight on the side of Faraday. It's about even right now. That's a beautiful R1 again to get. Oh, I think the HP bars are mixed up, actually. I think the one on the left is actually Faraday. Yes. Flooz actually manages to take the first one here just barely. There's a lot of back and forth, excuse me, a little bit of confusion. We'll get that sorted in between matches, but Montage, we just saw pickaxe beat Cat Lance, and the katana was a Moonveil. Even with the hyper armor, able to eat the flaming strikes. That was why did that work?
Allow me to give you a really deep analysis of why that worked. I don't know. Look, everyone that's watching here, what I want you all to learn is that you just use whatever you want, and if you like it even mildly, you can take it far. Because you know who's taking it far? Flooz just took a game off of Faraday with a flame strike pickaxe. So I talked about this before with the hyper armor changes potentially doing a little bit of a shakeup in the meta. And the pickaxe, of course, is one of those weapons that does get that added hyper armor. So Flooz was definitely in the market of going for those trades and having that extra damage on those, just having the bigger weapon, right? The higher AR and winning those trades. I mean, we just saw a Great Lance and Moonveil. Two weapons that are extremely strong lose to what is considered almost a meme weapon. Gosh, I wish I could provide more commentary, but I'm telling you guys, as a commentator, I have so much respect for these pro players. Just just
sticking with it,
confusing the heck out of me. True.
Well, as both combatants are here, I will count us in. Combatants, prepare for combat in 3, 2, 1.
All right. Yeah, like you pointed out, Sadia, we do have the pickaxe stayed in. We have both flashed out, and we have a frostpot trying to go in, but no exchanges until that. See, we talked about those trades. Look at the damage difference between Faraday and Floozutter. Look at this. Look at this. This pickaxe, I don't know what the build is. Might just be a strength build, but that is so much damage. But a quick, swift response with the L2 on that Moonveil. Again, you can cover so much ground. You're never truly safe from it. Again, even in that mid spacing right there. You know, you have both. Look at that again! Stops this, but Flooz is just holding forward and saying, I don't care about your katana thingy. I'm swinging big pickaxe. Oh my gosh, but does get punished there for the over-aggression. Down to 15 health. Flooz is still in this. Oh my gosh, this moon veil. Okay. And the katana R1s does create that hitbox wall that Flooz does walk into. But I mean, despite the loss on the side of Flooz there was still, you could tell they had that confidence. Like they just kept taking hits to the face and just saying, I don't care, I will shake that off. I'm going to stick to my plan of just going in and smash with pickaxe. I love that, but yeah, what are your thoughts?
I again pretty close to what you just said there. I love the fact that they're just able to R1 and actually keep it so close. It's I don't want to imply I have any bias, but it's kind of a shame because it's like, when do you see stuff like this? How often, like outside of today, really? How often do you see weapons and builds like this one actually be able to make a splash like this, right? We did see Faraday take this one. Faraday's taking it a little bit more seriously right now. I'll be interested to see if Flooz tries to crank it up a notch, as she is sticking with the pickaxe. It's going to be tough, though, against the Catbird, because there is a lot of options at his disposal. Montage, count us in, and we'll get to it.
That's right. Combatants are ready for combat in 3, 2, 1, go.
And the bolt is away. Both players pop their physic right now. Oh, that's an early transit moonlight on the side of Faraday. Hits him with the L2 R2, but Flooz expects to get out of the way. There's a nice little follow-up L1 there. Again, the hyper armor is really nice. Oh, trades into that with the transit moonlight, but pays the price. It's a good price to pay, though. Got it on sale, as Faraday actually still has a lead after all of those trades. A 300 HP lead right now. Pops their blue right now, so not a ton of FP. They are gonna, if they're gonna rely on the transit moonlight, they're gonna really need to stay on top of that, as Flooz swaps to katana fist weapon. Let's see, guitar, or not, excuse me, not a katana, halberd and guitar in her offhand. Will it be too little too late? Her bubble is already popped. She's incredibly low, less than 400 HP. Does not have any HP regen on right now. Does have the blue feather, red feather. It takes an L1 right there at 235 HP right now. Faraday still a comfortable lead over 700 HP and does still have his bubble active. It's a nice little L1 follow-up. Does get the roll catch as well. The katana, and Faraday takes this one. That, I believe, is another upset. Faraday will advance to round 2 with the Moonveil and Great Lance in the offhand. Montage. Really nice to see a bunch of Catbird and Cat Lance in this tournament. It's a build that, again, is off meta, but might become a little bit popularized after today's tourney. What do you think?
I want to apologize to Floozutter for commentators cursing you. But yeah, I just want to say, yeah, Faraday absolutely did exactly what he needed to do there to adapt to that pickaxe. So for a large majority until the very end of that last fight, Floozutter was relying on the damage output of the pickaxe and the hyper armor that is added on to the R1 and just the moveset of that weapon in general. Now, this was countered throughout the entire set with the speed that you can pull out the transient moonlight on Moonveil. So you still need to get hype. You need to like get your animation of the attack into those hyper armor frames in order to get that trade. But Faraday was so on top of it that even before Flooz could get that extra hyper armor to pull off the trade, was already hitting them with the L2. So I gotta say, yeah, Faraday was ready today, knew exactly what he needed to do in order to counter that setup. Again, you have the fast weapon versus the big heavy weapon. It's basically just comes down to, all right, will you have that speed to stuff out their game plan, or are you going to eat a face full of pickaxe? Faraday was ready, had the speed on his side, and is moving forward as he so well deserves. And I also just want to say big thank you to Floozutter for using a pickaxe. Come on. That's nothing matters anymore. It is all up in the air. And just another example of just weird stuff can work. Weird stuff can work now. So shout out to Floozutter there, and congratulations to Faraday for moving on.
Absolutely. I couldn't have said it better myself. With that match all wrapped up, we have the next one between the number 3 seed Roskill going up against number 14 PSGS Nerd 42. A bit of a mouthful on the name. We'll see if the name holds true to their build. Again, another new combatant here. Ras is somebody who's been around for a while. We've seen them in tournaments back and forth as we see them now. And the wonderful, voluptuous Lionel's armor. Looks to be running, I think I see an axe in one hand. I don't know what else they have. And PSGS Nerd, you guessed it, running PSGS double Slurias. Without further ado, I guess I'll count us in. Combatants, prepare for combat in 3, 2, 1.
All right. It looks like we have a... Oh, it's an offhand Highlander's axe into a barbaric roar Starfist. All the damage output on the side of Raskills is going to be crazy. But can PSGS Nerd use it to their advantage? Oh my gosh, all over. Raskills is just able to hold forward. You can see that they have the Roar Medallion. They are pumping everything into damage. And of course, with the Lionels, like you said, the voluptuous Lionel set, you also have the defenses as well. I mean, this is the tank that is ready to steamroll everything in its path. Right now, Raskills has not been hit first. PSGS Nerd, again, I think this is their first tournament, is finding their footing. Again, you can see the wave dashing. Yeah, look at that. This is still confident play from the side of PSGS Nerd. 2 L1s, it is now evened out. Oh, the Barbaric Roar. You cannot trade into that. The hyper armor that you get with that, it is not going to end well. So that is definitely something that PSGS Nerd has to keep mind of. The jumping R1, the R2 does land on the side of PSGS Nerd, and that's so much damage. You miss one attack, and that's the reason why fist weapons still will always have their place, is if you have the reaction time, one whiff, and that is a face full of fist that you are taking right there. I mean, well done. Rascals, from what I understand, is like they held the number 1 seed spot on the ladder for a decent amount of time. And I mean, you can see it right there. That was great execution. And every L1 that didn't hit, Raskills was making use of that time and that punish opportunity. But yeah, I gotta say that the full damage comp did work on the side of Raskills, so well done there. But yeah, what did you see, Sadia?
I saw a lot of damage. That's for sure. on the side of Raskills again. The Beast Roar with that Starfist, man. That fizz weapons are still pretty strong, or at least can be if you know how to use them. And I'm obviously I don't think PSGS Nerd is going to swap, as you see here. The name holds true as they take out the binoculars, taking a look at Roskills, doing a bit of ogling here over that armor. I see. Gotta be careful. Gotta keep it PG here. But with all that out of the way, why don't you count us in, Montage?
For sure. Combatants prepare for battle.
Wait, looks like we might have to do a bit of a reset there as Ross was moving.
We have. Okay, they're just going for it.
I think they are. I think.
Okay, you know what? I think they're just going for it. Okay, all right. Both players are ready to go. Okay, an interesting start. It's a big fake out. I really do like it. But again, both players are sticking to their weapon setups right there. But yeah, I mean, you know what, Sadia? I'll let you take this one away.
Right, as Roskills lands the first bit of damage there on the running R2, lands 1 fist. As you see the talisman swap come out instead of PSGS Nerd does get the green turtle talisman. There's a nice bit of damage on the Roskills from the L2. I don't even remember what that thing is called. I never see people use it. Some little vortex thingy, I forget. Slurry as well, maybe something like that. But Roskills still has a pretty early lead here of about 1,000 HP almost. They both still have the Blessed Dew talisman. PSGS Nerd does have the Dragon Great Shield Talisman on as well, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. They're still eating a bunch of damage. I don't know if there's much here you can do outside of outspacing him. That tracking really did not do him any favors already as he gets punished for the whiffed crouching L1. Manages to get out of the way, trying to respace a little bit, but Ross is not giving him the opportunity to reset. Nice little chase down there is another one in here as PSGS Nerd whiffs the crouching L1, and before it can even, faster than I can even speak, Ross kills just traces down PSGS Nerd into a corner. Those running R2s and running R1s are so nasty, especially with all those buffs he's got going on. Montage, just a ton of damage. I don't know if PSGS is a great matchup into this because it's so slow, because like there's just a longer recovery time, right, from those whiffs, as we saw PSGS Nerd get punished a lot. Nice little crouching L1s a couple times there, but it just wasn't enough, right? Ross just had so much more stamina that time to make plays with and to keep the aggression up.
Yeah. I mean, I completely agree with your take there. I mean, again, the L1s, the crouch L1s were all punished by Rascals, played that aggressively exactly the way that he needed to. And congratulations to him. And also big shout outs to PSGS Nerd. Can we talk about the L2 on a Soluria's hit? You know, that there are a few things more Giga Chad in this planet than hitting a Soluria's L2. So
landed,
congratulations to that. But we have an ad break coming up, ladies and gentlemen. So we will see you when that is over.
Well, welcome back, everyone, to the August Festival of Combat. I'm Sadia Moon, joined here by It's Montage. We are about ready to wrap up the round one here. We just have one more match left, and it is Amir going up against Godlike. I believe Godlike is also a new combatant, right, Montage?
If they are, if they're not, I haven't personally seen them before. So I would almost hope that they are. Again, I'd love seeing some new faces in here. And yeah, Godlike K2. I don't know much about them. I do know definitely, of course, a lot about Amir. One thing that I'm really hoping to see from Amir in this fight is Amir was showing off some tech on his YouTube channel of this man's ability to headshot people with a throwing knife is uncanny. We know that using throwing knife headshot combos to do things with like halberds, we've seen that in the past. But it seems like Amir can just do it on command. So I would love to see some of that weird tech. I was talking to somebody, I think it was Rustbucket, that was saying like, you literally can't fight this guy unless you're using the pumpkin head because it protects against projectiles. So I would love to see some of that in tournament play. You know, if he's down to do it, or you know, Amir could just wake up that day and decide, you know what, I see red, power stance straight swords it is. You never know, but Amir's definitely someone that likes to think outside the box. So you know, it really, anything can happen. I want to see some of that throwing knife gameplay. We have yet to see, but yeah, Godlike K2. That's someone that I really don't know what to expect, but it looks like K2 has a lot of love in the chat. So, you know, you don't just get that for nothing. So excited to see what they bring and maybe some of that hype factor. K2 is the fiance. Okay, well, you know, go K2. I'm on your side as well. If the people want that, then I want that as well. But man, Amir is also just so fun to watch. So, again, we've kind of seen something weird pop out in like almost all of these matches. So I hope the trend continues, but I don't know. As far as what you've seen in the past with Amir, because we have kind of the more that history there, what are you expecting to see from Amir, Sadia?
HTS. I'm expecting to see Godskin Stitcher. I think based on what I've seen from Amir, the chances I've gotten to play against him with Amir before, They've used the Stitcher in the 2v2 tourney that the Den hosted many moons ago. They also ran the Stitcher. It was a bit of a theme for their build, so I'm expecting to see that. If they do want to mix something up, I honestly have no idea. I mean, to my knowledge, nobody understands like the poise data and hyper armor data better than Amir does. So, um, if there's anybody that understands the game more than anyone else, probably Amir. For Godlike again, though, somebody that I also haven't seen before. Again, as you mentioned, it looks like some people are showing K2 some love in chat right now. Maybe they'll have a bit of an idea of what to expect. I think I saw somebody mention or somebody say PSGS somewhere in chat. Or
First shunter has been pulled outside.
oh, a shunter. I see a shunter, and what is that K2 has? I can't quite tell yet. Well, we'll find out once they pull it out. Combatants, prepare for combat in 3, 2, 1.
Okay, so we do have Amir on the shunter. This is a great pick, especially in patch 1. Yes, Gox! I don't care about your shunter anymore. Let's go, K2! Let's go! No, but to finish my point, oh, there's the throwing knives. Let's go, Amir. Let's see. Okay, this is already a super fun fight. Okay, so just to finish my point on the shunter real quick, those that don't know, with the patch, the new patch 110, hyper armor was added to a lot of weapons. Shunter being one of those weapons. So the crouch R1 on the shunter gets frame 1 hyper armor, making this thing an absolute trading machine, and it makes shunter dittos look really funny. So I think as far as the weapon matchup goes, it is definitely Amir favorite. But guess what? A crouch poking gunk says, I don't care about your puny little spear thing. I have big sword weapon guy. Okay, so let's. I'm on K2's side. I'm sorry, but gosh. Okay, chat. I do want you guys to again pay close attention to how Amir is going to use these throwing knives. He's gone for a couple already. K2 is. I like this. K2's just swinging for the fences, and you know what? That is quintessential Gug's gameplay, and I like that. I think do not change. Keep swinging. You know, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, right? So, oh, okay, he was trying to go for a backstab situation right there, but right now K2 has not. Okay, there we go. All right. So we do have the health bars are a bit. Yeah. Okay, so they're even right now. Both players running the spear talisman. And we do see the robustness talisman on the side of Amir. But interesting, we're seeing the strength talisman on K2. K2 is just going for damage. Oh, backstab has been fished. That is one of the problems that you are going to see on the big weapons like a Gugs, is that you make one wrong attack when somebody is waiting for it. That is a backstab opportunity. Okay, chilling miss right in their face. I do like that call. I think with Gugs, you can, even just going the strength variant, not just Frost, you can get a Frost proc pretty easily on this thing. But either way, right now, we have Amir with the health advantage right now. And Amir is it looks like the game plan is just waiting to whip punch. 2 crouch pokes landing on Amir.
Another proc.
That's right. Yeah, both players still. What?
Whoa!
Yes! Flame of the Red Maids, Ice and Fire. This man watches Game of Thrones. I like that. But either way, though, Amir still has the health advantage. And is just waiting for a wrong roll. Back to the chilling miss. I like having the multiple Gugs. You actually don't. Ooh! That's so much damage. That's so much damage. Amir is 1 hit away. You can do it, Gugs, man. You can do it, K2. Ooh, hits. Amir's still alive. Goes for the double crouch poke. Amir is on the back foot. Okay, and here we see projectiles coming out from the side of K2. Playing safe. Oh, the horror. Stop.
Is that an SP?
And the dagger finish it off. I actually love that choice with the Horror Frost Stomp on dagger, because the Horror Frost Stomp, what it does is you can get those quick finish of the kills if they're far away from you. But if they come close to you, you have the dagger swings to also do that. I mean, that weapon setup that he had right there was a pure just, I'm going to finish the fight once I get you into that health range. But I love this. The multiple Gugs with different Ashes of War. We saw Chilling Mist. We saw Flame of the Red Mains. I like what K2's bringing to the table here, and I just want to say I am vindicated. We now have 2 Gugs, not 1. We have 2 Gugs in the tournament, so I'm happy. But what did you see, Sadia?
Yeah, that was, I believe, the longest stock that we've had so far. A lot of just waiting for the other one to make a mistake. It looked like Amir was going to take it somewhat early on, but K2 did a great job of mixing up the Ashes of War, getting those frost procs over and over and over again. I think Amir got procced about 4 times, did a great job of making use of that and then punishing Amir as much as they could for that. Almost lost at the end when they went for that second Hoarfrost and were out of FP. Amir went for that JR1. If they went for a JR2, I have to wonder if maybe they would have hit it. Obviously, you're going to go with JR1 99% of the time just because it's so much faster, right? But then that was a nice swap on the side of K2 to swap to something. I think, did they swap to a Wakizashi to get the R1 in? It looked like something along the lines.
It was like that or a bloodstained dagger.
Yeah. Something like that. Just to get that last hit, and that was very, very close. So I'm really, really excited to see what's going to happen next. I expect K2 to stick with the Gugs going forward. I don't see any reason for either combatants here to change very much. I think it looked like towards the end they both got a pretty good idea of how the other likes to play and likes to try to engage and aggress. So it's still pretty up in the air. K2 did take the first one, but by the skin of their teeth. So who knows? Maybe Amir will pull something out of that pocket. Maybe Amir will make use of those mistakes. Did land 1 backstab at least. Might get a couple more. It's the second backstab we've seen so far in the tourney. But Are there any expectations you have? Are you picking anybody yet, or is it still too hard to tell?
I think one of the things that you brought out, one of the strengths of Amir is someone that takes the time to really hunker down and like engross themselves in learning the data and understanding the game on a technical level. And someone that is willing to do that is willing to take the time to study, to analyze. That also carries into, and I've seen this before in tournaments with Amir in it, is that they're able to also analyze their opponent on the same level. Okay, what is your strengths? What is your weaknesses? It almost feels like the first game with Amir is like just kind of like a, let's just see what they're doing and I'll try to go to my game plan. But it really seems like Amir is somebody that really turns on the jets, like has the person downloaded. Amir's one of those players that, like, again, downloading your opponent is big to them. So I'm curious to see how it goes forward. I would love to see K2 stick on the Gugs personally. I know I'm not biased when I say that. But yeah, one of those things that I thought was really interesting was K2 was just hitting so many of those just raw neutral crouch pokes. It wasn't even necessarily like roll reads. He just kind of threw them out, and Amir just kind of took a few. I think literally just like 1 or 2 of those of not hitting that, and that fight would have gone completely differently. So I almost expect a win from Amir here, just kind of being that familiarized with the Gugs setup going into the second match. But who knows? I mean, K2 might do some more weird stuff. We might see like 6 more Gugs with like a bunch more Ash of Wars on it. Why not, right? So we saw Flame of the Red Mains. I mean, clearly this person is ready with their bag of tricks, and I love seeing that in this competitive play. So I really don't know what to make of it. But yeah, I think the second match going into it is going to be, it's going to be interesting to see how Amir adapts to it. And this is of an individual that's really good at adapting. So yeah, we'll see.
We will. The winner of this, by the way, will advance to round 2 and go up against the number 3 seed, Roskills. If K2 manages to pull out this next one, it will be the second upset. Only 2 upsets so far in round 1, but it looks like both combatants are here, so we are going to find out soon. Montage, if you could do us the kindness of counting us in.
I can. Combatants, prepare for battle. In 3, 2, 1.
The bolt is away. Both players pop their physic. K2 is still on the Gugs. Out comes the chilling miss, but Amir lands a frostbite, gets the proc actually, but there, the bolt's on the side of K2, but gets punished from the jumping. I think it was a JR2 as well. Amir has a very, very early lead here and a very strong one at that. Lands 900 damage right off the bat. So now both players are trying to do a little bit of setup right here. K2 was in the corner, manages to get out of it. Surprised Amir didn't try to punish that. Oh, just a little bit. It looks like they're going to try to punish the whiffs. Nice delay there by K2 to get another neutral R1, and what a bait. I think that's a good trade overall. Only took 200 damage and landed about 300, so if you can keep doing that a few more times, you will win. Out comes the Volcano Pot. A trade there, not in the favor of Amir. Again, K2 only down by 200 HP. Gets a Frost Rock on Amir. Comes a Chilling Miss into the ground, but Amir gets one little poke in before taking the damage from that Chilling Miss, and actually gets a Tear Proc on the side of K2. Amir's an early lead here. Oh, that's a nice little crouch. L1 outcome, or R1, excuse me, for more R1's almost Tear Proc on Amir, but not quite. Amir landing a bit more damage. Amir now has a pretty solid lead here of about 400 to 500 HP. Again, Amir does still have their bubbles here active. K2 had theirs popped. No major talisman swaps yet up, but there we go. Out comes the Blue Feather and Red Feather on the side of K2. I think that's a good idea to do that early. I like the use of the Spear Talisman still on there instead of the Blessed Dew. I think you can maybe swap to the Blessed Dew later if you need it, which might be right about there. Is a nice crouch L1. R1 trying to bait out the panic rolls into another crouch R1. K2 really sitting in the pocket there for a while, and Amir, great composure of not getting too aggressive and playing that incredibly well. To bait out the panic rolls there to make K2 move first so Amir can punish, and just like that, we are tied up 1-1, and we are going to a stock 3 of the final match of round 1 montage.
So, I mean, what did I say there, right? Amir is someone that they have the data. They know how to download their opponent and use that, like can just immediately act on it. And that's a skill in of itself. And again, I said Amir has this. Amir can do that. And what did I say? You know, even despite losing that first match, I was like, I can definitely see Amir coming back in a very strong way. And I think one of the ways that was shown to us is how that fight started. You know, K2 was going for some buffs, and Amir just immediately went aggressive. Amir said, hey, I have the faster weapon, and I'm just going to keep stabbing with it. And his composure to catch those rolls, really well done. But yeah, I'll let you count us in for this tiebreaker match.
All right, already back. Combatants, prepare for combat in 3, 2, 1.
Okay, so we do have the flask coming out from both sides, and is that that's not a heavy roll that I saw on the side of K2, was it? Maybe not. Maybe I'm just seeing things. But either way, Amir takes the first bit of damage. I'm liking the movement coming from K2 here. Yeah, it's it looks like they're trying to use animation blending. What the heck did I see? That's a KGS. That's a sword dance KGS jump scare. That's crazy. That swap was so fast into the attack there. I mean, awesome job. Okay, so we see this a bit more aggressive weapon, and honestly, I like this as a pick into the Shunter. I still think the Shunter has qualities about it with the range. Oh my gosh, what? How did that third hit? No. Okay, I'm not going to question it, but that's crazy spacing. Shout out to Seamless Co-op. Okay, jumping R1 from the side of Amir. I mean, oh my gosh, both players still has their bubbles. I'm surprised Amir is holding on to his at the 500 mark there. But I mean, right now, K2 has a big advantage right now. Bubble popped on the side of Amir. Jumping R1s, K2 is just swinging for the fences, but does get punished on this.
Oh, that was a guard break!
It was a guard
break! No way!
What?
A tear skip?
What? That was
way!
out of nowhere. Amir just absolutely takes that. That was looking so K2 favor, and Amir just with the right string of attacks perfectly snipes that from K2. Amazing job from Amir. Wow. I mean, I loved this KGS pick, but Amir just held their composure and took it, oh my gosh, on the back foot like that. That's so crazy. Sadia, what did we just watch?
Yeah, well, we saw K2 go hitless for the first 40 seconds of that match and get Amir down to 800 HP, but I don't know what happened, if it was divine intervention or maybe Amir's brother handed the controller back to them. I'm not sure. But as we see that guard break right there, that was huge in getting that tier skip. My God, that was insane. I thought that was going to be over before it even started. That might be one of the most impressive comebacks I've ever seen in a Gen tourney. That
Yeah.
That's what the second or third guard break we've seen here today. The first repose to be sure, but my God, kudos to Amir. So much for the upset. Now Amir is going to progress to round 2 and go up against Roskills. That is, look, again, like I was saying before, we love watching the meme builds. We love watching people come in with off-meta stuff, but matches like that make it so exciting when you think you know what the outcome's going to be, and literally in a second, it completely changes, and it's all out the window. You got to give it up to Amir for not giving up in that match and just sticking with it and finding their footing and taking advantage of every opportunity that they saw. That was a very tough match to climb back from, and they did it. Kudos to them.
Yeah, so upon looking at the replay there, what K2 did is they were using the block cancel to make sure that they didn't get into a pivot problem and then get punished for that pivot. And they held their block for just a half second too long, and that led to that riposte, and Amir of course capitalized on that. But this first round has been fantastic. We're going to go on an ad break, and we will come back with round 2 of this awesome, weird tournament that is happening today. So we'll see you guys here in a few.
All right. Welcome back, everybody, to the August 2023 Festival of Combat. We just wrapped up round 1 with Amir coming up with one of the most amazing comebacks I have ever seen. But now it's time to start round 2. And the first match we have is Beven, the number 1 seed, going up against Slandz, the number 8. Montage, do you have any expectations you'd like to assert right now?
Yes. So Beven, as we know, number 1 seed. I mean, a player that it doesn't matter the patch of this game, their fundamentals are just so iron. Like they are the Terminator. Beven and Inservin, those two are just, they have that will that's not going to get broken at all. So, and I said earlier in round 1, Slandz is hot right now. Slandz is hot. So will this be the tournament that Slandz proves that he can run with the absolute best of them? I think Beven is basically, that is the challenge to show off to everyone.
Yep.
That you could potentially be that new king. I think Slandz has it in them. But of course, Beven being Beven, right? It's that will be an uphill battle, but again, one that I think Slandz can do. I think what I really want to see from Slandz here is KGS into the the PSGS. It's one of those. I think KGS is a solid option in my opinion, but also I'm not the best player in the world, so taking tips from PvP from me probably will lead you astray. So, but I mean, I think we know what Beven's bringing to the table. So now I'm really curious to see how Slandz is going to rise to the occasion and what setup they're going to bring to counter what most likely will be the PSGS. But I don't know. What are your thoughts on that, Sadia?
I think Slandz is going to do most of what they did in the first round. Yeah, I mean it worked pretty well for them. I don't see necessarily a reason to mix things up just yet. As we see here, yep, they've got the KGS just like you said. Beven doesn't have their weapons equipped right now. Maybe trying to instill a false sense of security, but
bare fist, perchance.
I think we'll find out soon. Why don't you count us on in and we will find out.
I can do that. Combatants, prepare for battle in 3, 2, 1, begin.
And the bolt is away. There out comes a kick for some reason. Out comes the physics as well. Sacred Blade on the side of Slandz on the KGS. And it looks like Beven is running Power Stance Straight Swords and has Glintstone Phalanx on top of him right now. Let's see if he can make use of it. Both players are looking to feel each other out and space things out a little bit. Slandz panic rolling very early, very uncharacteristic of them as they get hit early first for about a chunk of damage, but they outcome the talisman swaps. There's some big 500 damage right there. More damage on the side of Beven. Holy, a bunch of damage that they've just done. A big lead here early on for Beven. Out comes more talisman swaps now. Out comes the Glintstone Phalanx again. Actually, excuse me, I think... Wait, I can't tell if the HP bars are mixed around. We'll find out in the next engagement. Still 3 phalanxes up on the side of Beven. Chasing Slandz down. Slandz is panic rolling out to Sacred Blade, but easily dodged by Beven. Nope, the HP bars are correct. Beven has a massive lead right now. Still no tier proc yet on the side of Slandz, but they are only at 500 HP. Beven sitting very comfortably over 2100 and still regenerating. That's a beautiful jumping R1 actually to do a nice chunk of damage onto Beven too right there. Just like that, 1200 HP. It's how much Beven has remaining with that neutral R1. Very, very lucky there. That was very punishable. Beven just wasn't quite in position. Out comes the swap to the moon veil. Now the transient moonlight doesn't land it. Slandz is eco checking Beven right now and is passing that check. Beautiful, beautiful R1s, and just like that is back in at 500 HP lead on the side of Beven, which isn't crazy, but they do have Power Stance Straight Swords. Slandz has not swapped talismans yet. The tier is procced at 800 HP. There's a nice little bit of response there on the side of Beven. Piercing Fang just misses response though with the R1 on the wake up after the roll. And just like that, we're about even. Tiers are procced on both sides. Out comes the blue feather, red feather, brand sword on both players right now. However, Blessed Duo on the side of Beven with both of those jumping attacks. Out comes the neutral L1, actually lands it. Only 134 HP on the side of Slandz now. 1 hit away. Pops a blue physic. Not sure what the plan was there. Beven takes the first stock. Montage that. If I had to say anything about that match, that blue physic or flask, excuse me, was a little ill-advised, right?
Yeah, I think Slandz probably thought that they had the distance in order to get that off and not be punished. But I mean, also that is just a testament to Beven and their game sense to know exactly what they can and can't get away with. Chase them down, just stuck on top of them, which is exactly what you need to be doing with the Power Stance Straight Swords. I do want to give some props to Slandz. One does not simply take Beven down to last hit, last stock. So, like I said, Slandz is hot, and I hope that first, I hope that first match doesn't get to any of his mental at all. But you know, of course, we will see how that goes. Go ahead and count us down, Sadia.
All right, combatants, prepare to fight in 3, 2, 1.
All right, and for this second match here, we have both players going for the flats. We have the Phalanx coming out on the side of Beven with a couple of missed throwing knives, trying to just get slight chip damage with this Phalanx. I think if he can get... Okay, one does connect, which does lead into so much damage. Power Stance Straight Swords is a lot. That is something to not play around with. But right now we have interesting. The Millicent's Prosthesis on the side of Slandz. Slandz is going full damage even with the jump talisman, even after the nerfs. Right now, Beven hasn't taken any damage. Slandz is down to half, still has the tier. But I mean, we also saw this in the last match. We saw a massive you know, it just a health advantage on the side of Beven until Slandz just started hitting some of these running attacks, which it looks like that's happening again. Does get the first chip, and we do have, gosh, look at how quickly those talisman swaps were from Beven. That's crazy. We have all scaling talismans. Okay, back up to health, to full health, and immediately goes for the ritual sword and shield talismans again. Gosh, this is so incredibly well executed from the side. Okay, yeah, that's a lot right now, but Slandz still has the tier at least, you know, so it's not exactly fully 700 unless of course we see another tier skip. Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of an uphill battle from Slandz, and the jump attack is punished, but Slandz is still going on the offensive. I like that. Doesn't quite work out, but again, some things like that are going to have to give. Right now, we have no more tier on this side. Oh, 127 HP. Beven is almost close to a flawless on this second match. Goes for the crouch poke.
Oh, there
you
it
know,
is.
I like it. Goes for the cheeky coated L2.
Blade, yeah.
So, yeah, that was good. That was good. I'll take it. But I mean, Beven adapted so incredibly strongly there. That was a much different fight. But I still like to see it out of the side of Slandz that he went down with the fight. He was still swinging. He was still, doing his damnedest. And I think he put on a really good show against Beven. That's a hard fight for sure. But yeah, what did you see, Sadia?
Yeah, I saw right here, actually, Beven did a great job of reacting to what Slandz was doing. It looked like Slandz really favored doing a follow-up R1 after Beven rolls the first one. And as you saw just on that last one, he read it perfectly, outspaced it perfectly, and was landing like 400 to 500 damage on these L1s, which is just nasty. That's like 5 to 6 hits, and you're dead if you're Slandz. That's including the tier proc as well. See, I'm trying to go for the unblockable blade there. I mean, you're already down 1900 HP. Your one shot, why not go for a Hail Mary? Just
get a little goofy,
Yeah, mix it up a little bit. But Beven really just cranked it up to 11 on that one. Very, very impressive. We'll see how impressive the combatants are in the next match, though. It is the number 13 seed Tam, our only upset winner so far, who beat Sorry 2-1, going up against Frosty, the number 5 seed, who won 2-0 against jackk. Now, Frosty is a bit of a tricky little guy. He likes to play around with different weapons and try to meme just a little bit. I think they ran Catbird, right? They ran the Moonlight Katana. I can't remember that. Moonveil, excuse me. I don't know if I can remember. Moonveil with Banished Knight Halberd. Do you think you're gonna see them do that again, or are they gonna mix it up and do something different?
Frosty is one of those people that you'll watch him crush somebody, just absolutely just knock the daylights out of somebody with one setup, and then you tell yourself, all right, he's hot on that. We're gonna see that again. And then he doesn't, because reasons. It's just like swapping things up, just like you can tell it's a player that just has fun with the game. And likes trying new things, and I think that's one of the beautiful things about Elden Ring in general is there's a million different ways to make a build, and Frosty is one of those players that definitely utilizes all of those variations to his benefit. So you have that side of Frosty where it's the bag of tricks man, but then you also have Tam. Tam is also a bag of tricks, just in a different way. With we haven't seen him very much, So, but yes, we have Sword and Board. Let's go.
See a Grave as well.
Whew. Oh, I'm excited for this.
All right, well, count us in, Montage.
I definitely can do that. Combatants, prepare for battle in 3, 2, 1.
All right, the bolt is away. Out comes the physic on the side of Tam. Frosty giving himself that buff real quick and gets his physic off. Tam just out of range on that jumping R2. Is that a Golem Halberd I see? What is this? That is a Golem Halberd. And an off, is that, what is that in his left hand? I think, is that the Cincadea?
Yeah, it's the
I think it is. Yeah. There's a nice neutral R1 on the side of Tam. Actually gets out of the chilling miss. Pretty good damage there. Early on, we'll see what they go for a backstab. They almost get it twice, I think. Because Tam really wants a backstab so bad. Lands 2 R1s there. About an even trade, though. I'm not sure if you want to take those. He does have that chilling miss in the Golem Halberd. The Golem Halberd is maybe, again, one of the worst, if not the worst, Colossal in the game. Surely because of its weight, and the damage isn't amazing. There are better Colossals to use 100%, but it's still going to hit really, really hard as you see your Frosty holding his own against Sword and Board. That's a beautiful JR1 out comes the rolling R1 too. And there's a little off heat from the Cincadea. Actually gets a tier proc on the side of Tam, I think, and a frost proc as well. Comes jumping R2s as well. The rolling R1s on the side of Tam. Nothing doing there though. Tam trying to reset here. I think they might be looking for a chance to get a bullet up. There's a nice little poke and managed to get out of there as free damage. They're probably really close to proccing the tier on the side of Frosty. Out comes a neutral charge start too. We'll have to see. There's the running R1 again, and did get a tier proc as well. Backstab? No, not quite. There's a neutral R1 again. Just chip damage, chipping down. And now Tam actually has a lead of about 300 HP. Out comes the talisman swaps to the blue feather, red feather, brand sword on both sides. There's the backstab he's been going for. There it is. And Tam takes the first stock against Frosty. It took him a little bit, but what a way to finish the first stock of the second match of round 2 montage. Is Frosty going to stick with the Golem Halberd? Who knows? But what I do know is that Tam is playing Swordboard pretty well and is probably giving some people some ideas, especially the Dark Souls 3 heads in chat.
Why is Sword and Board working this well? What? Okay, Tam has clearly made a deal with the devil and has unlocked some forbidden knowledge that we clearly don't know about. Oh, actually, that wasn't a perfect block there that I saw, was it?
I couldn't quite tell.
Yeah, I have to maybe look a little harder, but I mean that's one of the techs that you can do. If you can learn perfect block really well, then you can do just about anything. Like you can go for backstabs immediately. Like it opens you up. Again, I can't quite 100% tell if that's what happened there, but either way, okay, we have a bit of a switch with the Reaper here, but I'll let you do the countdown for us.
All right, combatants, prepare for combat in 3, 2, 1.
Okay, so both flasks coming out. I really like the Reaper pick. We've seen Frosty use sights in tournaments past, so it's not like it's a weapon that he's uncomfortable on. So I mean, this is a perfect pick. Like since you're going through shields, why not? Like this is a perfect counter to Tam's setup. And let's see if Frosty shows to the world why Sword and Board may not be the choice, because there is counters. But of course, if you're gonna eat some jumping R2s, then we take that. Okay, all right. That swing went wide. I wonder if that was just an unlocked running R1 from the side of Frosty. But either way, oh my gosh, Tam is hunting for Frosty's backs. Yeah, look at that again. He got one in the first match and he wasn't finished. He's not satisfied. But Frosty is definitely. Oh my god, I love Frosty's movement. It's so weird. The back steps mid combo. I love it. It's so fun to watch. But I mean, look at this oppressive gameplay here.
Another one!
The running catch! Gosh, Tam, you can't keep getting away with it.
That was nice.
This is insane. That was such a good grab on the side of Tam. And I have to say, but still, the Reaper is working out. These crouched R1s from the side of Frosty. Right now, Frosty does not have, both players actually do not have their tier. So, I mean, look, if you're Tam, you want to get that jumping R2 maybe. Ooh, the roll catch, really good timing on the side of Frosty. I mean, gosh, he is such a strong player. Hits him out of the sky! Ooh, again! All right, Tam, no more jumping. No more jumping. Okay, there you go. I lied. Whatever I said doesn't matter anymore. It worked there. But either way, gosh, it's so on the. Okay, pulling out the Cincadia offhand. Okay, goes back to two-handing the grave scythe here. Gosh, yeah, this is a really tricky setup for Tam to deal with. I mean, when all of your attacks chip through that shield that you're using for those defenses, I mean, you kind of have to get a little bit more. Oh, Frosty just keeps the pressure on. When you have that health advantage and you go for those trades, why not just keep swinging, right? Yeah, so I mean, I love the adaptation from Frosty. This is, again, one of his strengths. He has such a deep list of weapons that he plays, and not only does he play them, he plays them well. And of course, the Reapers being a weapon class that he is no slouch to at all, uses it beautifully here. Well done. But yeah, what did you see, Sadia?
Yeah, I saw again a lot of great play by Frosty again with the Reaper. It's like you said, it's a weapon that he's definitely used before. Got what was it, two or three anti-air hits to knock Tam out of the sky. It was really nice to see. Yeah, again, it's a weapon he's used before because Frosty is no stranger to arcane builds. Tam, they're just getting a little bit too close, right? Just kind of misjudging the spacing on those running R1s and JR2s. But I will say that was a great job on that backstab they got. Like you said, it was a running catch. They ran up. So to have the control to stop the run and still get the backstab animation out of running R1, pretty impressive. A great showing by TM so far, and it's gonna go into stock 3. I think Frosty might stick with the Reaper. I don't see a reason for them to switch unless, who knows, Frosty's choice of weapons changes like the wind. But Tam is going to stick with the sword and board, obviously. As we see both combatants here, Frosty does have. Wait, is that? No, it's
That's
a
a
great
lance.
lance. I think he
It's a
changed it
two-handed
again.
lance.
There it is. All right. Well, Montage, want to count us in, maybe?
I sure can. Let's see. Oh, I'm so excited for this match. Combatants, prepare for combat. In 3, 2, 1.
All right. Bolt is away. Both players pop their physic. Out comes the grease on the side of Frosty. I think that's rot grease. Again, the arcane build, it's like he was saying. So looks like he's going to go for those rot procs right now. And he is pretty apt and well versed in landing them. Looks like Tam is trying to go for backstabs again early. As we see a lot of lifts here early on. Both players completely misinterpreting where the other one is going to go. Bit of a reset here. Tam did land one hit on. Ooh, there's a nice little catch there. Two, a guard counter comes out on the side of Tam, but not enough. Gotta be close to getting that raw proc on them. Probably looking for an opportunity to pop a bullet, but it's a nice neutral R2 on the side of Tam, hitting Frosty. A slight lead here, but Frosty says not for long as he lands the neutral R1 to get that lead back. There's another rolling R1, crouch R1 again, but Tam does manage to block it. Out comes the rod pots as well. Tam is still not rod proc. That is amazing, actually. Could have sworn they would have been procced by now. Tam is right up in Frosty's face trying to beat out the rolls, and he does, but Frosty reads it very perfectly. A player that shows great composure and poise, no pun intended, when being chased down like that. Great roll discipline, a reason why they're always in the top 4. Almost gets a backside there. There's the animation. You think they get punished for it, but they don't. Tam's just a little bit too far away to take advantage of that. Frosty does still have a pretty strong lead here. Tam hasn't landed the hit for about 30 seconds, but now that drought is broken as he lands one there. Very nice for 200, but Frosty responds with another 240 of his own. Out comes the rod pot point blank onto Tam. Both players still have their physics active. Out comes the guard counter again. You love to see it. Really surprised they're still trying to make use of the guard counter. I think they had great success with it in round 1, but haven't been able to make do so far. I'm kind of wondering why they're sticking with it as both players are posturing, trying to reset it. There's a bit of a trade there. I think Frosty comes out on top of that one. There's a tier proc. Beautiful spacing on that R1. I think that was a head hit too, if I had to guess. Out comes the buffs. Out comes the lightning buff. Oh, it's a nice little anti-air on the neutral R1. That was going to be nasty for Tam. If you waited just half a second longer, would have taken a lot of damage there. I wonder how high the bleed proc is right now. If I had to guess, I'd say Tam is maybe at about 40 to 50% of the way there. There's another nice running R1, a neutral R1. Out comes another. That bleed proc has got to be building up right now. Oh, just barely outspaces it. Really nice on the side of Tam. Frosty does still have his tier active, though. Tam is less than 300 HP. Could this be it? Will Frosty advance, and will Tam get knocked out? We'll see as they take another hit. 171. Out comes the offhand dagger on the side of Frosty. Now one-handing the scythe again, trying to look to land some punishes here. Ooh, beautiful spacing on the side of Tam. Actually gets the tier proc on Frosty. Doesn't have any HP regen, though. He's only at 171. Could actually do the talismans. That's a nice running attack, but there's the trade, the counter hit damage. That's what did him in. Tam manages not to quite pull it off yet. Frosty does 2-1. Montage, you have to wonder, after Tam made those talisman swaps, if opting not for the blue talisman did them in, because you see they still have the crimson amber medallion here. Maybe they just didn't have the chance to do it, or they didn't feel comfortable enough to swap to it. But I think not doing that made this match end somewhat abruptly.
Yeah, I'm not sure. And it's it's one of those things where maybe that could have changed how the fight gone or went. But yeah, as far as when it comes to talisman swapping, that's one of those areas that I'm not even gonna remotely act like I have a clue in. There's a lot of interesting mixes and combinations that you can have that will completely change the tide of war. One thing I do want to point out with this fight is what I thought was really interesting from the side of Tam for anybody that's kind of wanted to maybe learn something from that fight with the sword and board matchup. What I noticed what was working against Frosty there on the side of Tam was was playing sword and board like the same way you play power stance straight swords. They were using their character's back being flipped away from the other character to have that extra space to whiff punish, and then immediately turning around and like the same way you would with power stance straight swords, and covering that distance. But he was just doing it with one. But then if you're aggressing people, then you're also using the shield as a way of blocking. So you can actually use that as a way of getting in close on your opponent. Tam does get eliminated from the tournament there. But I have to say, there were a lot of cool things that Tam was employing into these fights that I think a lot of people can kind of learn something from. So I got to say, really awesome job from Tam. But of course, the shield gameplay does get countered by the Reaper shield chip damage. And of course, Frosty of all people, it being in the hands of him, that's definitely going to be an uphill battle. But yeah, I just have to say, like, congratulations to both players. That was a really, really, really fun match to just watch. Like, you can learn something from both players there, and I think that was really cool. But our next fight that we have, Sadia, is Inservin and Faraday.
Yes, it is Inservin and Faraday for the third match, actually, of round 2. Inservin is the number 2 seed, of course, and Faraday, I believe, was number 10 as they won 2-1 against Floozutter. Pretty close match. That could have gone either way. Gonna be tough here. Again, Faraday has been in the top 4 before, but he's gonna have his work cut out for him here against Inservin. So if I had to choose, I'm saying Inservin probably takes this 2-1, but this tournament's been full of a lot of surprises, a lot of builds here. We had a total newcomer take out Sorry, going 2-1 and losing only 2-1 to Frosty. So with a sword and board, a build that's never ever used in Den tourneys. So who knows? Anything could happen. Nobody's ever out. The numbers don't really mean anything at the end of the day. So, but are you expecting anything new from these two combatants here, or more of the same stuff we saw in round 1?
The thing is that I kind of group Beven and Inservin into, again, that category of people that just they have been around the block, and if there's anyone like it's not just enough to just beat them. You have to beat them. Like, it feels like 3 times over in the same fight, because you can get one thing, like one really good trade that's in your favor, and they have that ability to just completely, just with a snap of a finger, completely put it in their favor. Their ability to read the situation and make good things out of bad situations is incredibly it's impressive. And here's the thing about Faraday. You and I both said, they were like, yeah, Floozutter probably takes this. Flooz is an incredibly strong player. Faraday played really good. Faraday was very tight with their Moonveil gameplay to completely stomp out what Floozutter was even remotely trying to do. So I don't know. It could be one of those days where when it comes to tournament play, there's just tournaments where you're not feeling it. You just woke up wrong that day and it doesn't work. And then there's also days where you're just on fire. No one in the planet can beat you. So I'd be curious to see how Faraday is going to. The same way I was interested in the Slandz Beven fight. I'm curious if maybe it's just Faraday's day and he's ready to just go in. Looks like he's running the same setup. But Yeah,
Yep,
it's.
exactly. All right.
I
Well, as both combatants are here, I will count us in. Combatants, prepare to fight in 3, 2, 1.
All right, looks like both players are using the weapon setups that they were using from the previous matches. You have the Phalanx off lance with main hand katana on the side of Faraday, and you have the I think those are the Carrion Knights swords, Power Stance straight swords on the side of Inservin. But either way, both of these builds can pump out damage, but Inservin has already taken out half of the health. But guess what? That has already been recouped on the side of
Holy.
2 L2s transient moonlights. He is making. Oh my gosh, this moon
Look at
veil.
this!
Look at that! Look at those combos. He is keeping the pressure on. That's a nice thing about Moon Veil is that it doesn't matter the distance that you are from your opponent. You are always a huge threat. Tier popped on the side. Faraday's playing hot. I called it. Faraday is playing hot, but again, Inservin is just pressing forward, and he is not gonna give this to Faraday for free. Good trade there. You do get that hyper armor. Good crouch. Oh my gosh. Tears popped to the side of both sides. It does get punished. Faraday just attacks out a hit stun. I love it. I love it. This is any person's game. Hops the crouch attack. Oh my gosh. Both of these players are just ready to just. Oh my. And there it is. There it is. I look at that. Look at that. I mean, that's. Like both players are just trading damage. It was almost like no one cared about defenses. I just want to hurt the other guy. And Faraday held the lead there for the vast majority of that fight, but I also called that too. I said, look, like Inservin's one of those people, it doesn't matter what spot they're in, they can bring it back. And he did do it there. Congratulations to Inservin. Just, yeah, maybe a little too much aggression from the side of Faraday, but and Inservin punished that. But I mean, that was such a fun match. What did you see, Sadia?
Yeah, I saw a lot of really good stuff here early on. You saw that like Inservin would land like 1 or 2 L1s, and then Faraday would just respond with like a moon veil and then an L1 follow up from the Great Lance and just even it out. A lot of that back and forth, but those L1s right there, it looked like he tried to maybe hit out of hit stun. It looked like he went for an R1 with the katana, but a little bit too much. Also want to make a quick clarification. I do believe that Inservin is running paired noble straight swords, and they seem to be lightning impulse.
Okay. Nice. All right. Well, I'm gonna count us down. I'm excited for this second one. I hope this goes to 3. I hope Faraday takes this next one. Combatants, get ready for combat. In 3, 2, 1.
Bolt is away. Physics have been popped, and both players are getting straight into it right now. No hesitation as we see a couple whiffs early on, trying to space each other out. Faraday almost gets punished for that neutral L1. Out comes the Moonveil, nothing doing there. Out comes another L1 from him. And Inservin and gets punished for that by Faraday. Bit of a trade there. Inservin actually comes out on top on that trade, just barely though. Faraday looks like he's menuing a little bit, barely gets out of that roll from the jumping L1. Oh, that's a beautiful delay on the transient moonlight roll catch. Nice, as he evens it out here a little bit, gets the lead, but actually loses it in an instant. And Inservin responds with 2 L1s of his own. The power stance straight swords are just so powerful, even when they're not coded, but his lead is cut very short because Faraday responded with some damage of his own. Out comes the Glintstone Phalanx, or Glintblade Phalanx, excuse me. Providing a little bit of cover so we can get that blue flask off. Very nice. Gets out of the way of the neutral. L1 trying to respace, get that stamina back. He's ready to engage again. Tries to go for the neutral roll catch again. Doesn't quite catch it this time. A little bit early, or a little bit late, excuse me. There's a nice neutral L1 on the side of Inservin. Just doing so much damage to now. It's 600 HP. It's a nice jumping R2, I think that was on the side of Faraday, cutting Inservin's lead a little bit smaller. That's a nice neutral L1, catching him at the end of the jump, and just like that, Faraday's away as a transient moonlight to get the tier bucket, another with a follow-up, and now Inservin is less than 400 HP. He does have the Blessed New Talisman on and swaps to the blue feather, red feather, branch sword. Faraday still has a comfortable lead though. There's a nice neutral L1, tries to get the transient moonlight roll catch, but doesn't get it. There's a nice little hit there, but Inservin is at 120 HP. Faraday does still have, I think he did get his tier proc. He's at 1300 HP right now. Beautiful anti-air on that R1 to catch Inservin, and Montage, you just got your wish. we are getting a third stock in this second round match between Faraday and Inservin. Looks like it's going to go down to the wire. You see here, Faraday did a great job after falling behind early, making use of these transient moonlights after, as you see him reset here. Another thing he did very well was utilizing that L1. As you catch him there with the anti-air at the end of that jump, great L1s on these roll catches. There's the transient moonlight and gets another one right after, right here. Just did it soon enough, and Inservin was waiting because I think he's expecting the cadence that Faraday exhibited early on, but he mixed it up a little bit, held it on for just a little bit shorter this time to get that roll catch. But what do you make of that? That was really exciting to watch.
Let's go, Faraday. that was here's the thing, for me personally, it's hard to get excited about a Moonveil. I am on the Moonveil train. Keep hitting those. He's making this weapon look so fun and so good. But hey, we are off to this third and final match. This could go either way, Sadia, and especially against Inservin.
Well, we're gonna find out the ending soon enough. Combatants, prepare for combat in 3, 2, 1.
All right, both players are off. We don't get the glint blade phalanx. Oh, a couple throwing knives coming out. Okay. Moonlight transient. Nice. See, he's utilizing the hyper armor on this off lance to get some of those trades. Of course, though, I mean, we're talking about power stance straight swords here. That's a lot of damage. That is a lot of damage you're trading with. So you want to use that sparingly, I would say. But either way, here we go. Okay, yeah, a couple moonlight transients from neutral here. That's definitely something that's a lot easier. Oh my gosh! Inservin said that last match was a fluke. I am ready to press the L1 button very hard, and it is working out right there. I know. What is? But here's the thing, Faraday's fighting back. Yes, Faraday. Let's go. God, this is oh my God. Okay, jumping R1. Okay, I like that. Uses the Great Lance two-handed to get some of those nice jump attack potentials to have that extra range. Again, trying to use that range to punish the shortness of these power stance straight swords. But I mean, again, Inservin has incredibly good fundamentals. Is not just going to take damage for free. Oh, the jumping R2 neutral to punish sword dance? That's crazy. Faraday's not letting this go for free. It's those. Oh my gosh. Oh, you're playing such a dangerous game, so Faraday. Close. Oh, I loved it. Faraday went out like a warrior in that fight. I don't care what anyone says. That was such a fun fight. I mean, here's the thing: is that was an uphill battle for Faraday from the rip. I mean, Inservin just had such a great start to that fight. Got those. It wasn't even trades. I mean, he was not taking damage for the longest time. But you have to give it to Faraday for not making that free. Towards the end of that, he was making that very scary. And I mean, look, if I'm a viewer right now, this is what I want out of my Elden Ring tournaments. The people that are willing to just not let the situation break them and just keep going forward. I mean, that was super fun. Faraday, absolutely. He killed it. I want to see more of that Faraday in the future. But of course, we have to say congratulations to Inservin. I mean, look, killer, like I said. But here's the thing. Those were some great round 2 matches that we're having. We're going to go to an ad break, so we will catch you all in a few.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Our combatants are already ready. Raw Skills on the left in the blue, and Amir on the right in the red. I will go ahead and count us in, and we'll see how this final match of round 2 goes. Combatants, prepare for combat in 3, 2, 1.
Right, we have Raskills on the Barbaric Roar Starfist. We've seen the damage that this can pump out. But guess what? Amir is on the coated power stance straight sword, so damage is not lacking on the side of Amir as well. I like throwing out some projectiles, you know, just kind of trying to figure out. The thing with both of these setups is they're short range, but once they get in, it is damage city. So I expect to see a lot of trades going on in this fight. A lot of more projectiles coming from the side of Raskills. But yeah, I mean, this could really go any direction given the weapon setups that I'm seeing. And both players, of course, are very, very talented. First hits coming from the side of Amir with the slight range advantage of the power stance. Coated!
Oh, look at this!
Into the oh! Bye-bye, half your health! That is what the damage can... Oh my god, that's what's possible with this setup. I mean, Raskill is using the hyper armor. Amir wasn't even able to trade with it. And gosh, now it is an uphill battle. Amir putting on the Blessed Dew Talisman to try to recoup some of that health. But I mean, gosh, Barbaric Roar is a tough thing to deal with because you do the wrong attack at the wrong time and you're trading with that. Guess what? Well, you see right now what could potentially come with that. Oh, nice! The unblockable blade, but he Barbaric Roar R2's right into it. This is what I'm talking about. These are that trades. The running R2 does miss the roll into L1 from the side of Amir. Oh my gosh. Amir is so low. The damage on these fists are insane. And we also still have the tier from the side of Raskills.
Yup.
This is going to be an uphill battle from Amir. I mean, just like that, in the snap of a finger, so much damage. Oh, almost gets the unblockable blade hit again. I do like the idea there as a punish. Does dodge the running R2. Oh my gosh, 64 health. This, yep, gets the chase down. When you have that type of a health advantage and you're running a fist, a rundown setup like the Star Fist, that's just what you need to be doing. You need to constantly be putting on the pressure. Do not even give the other player a chance to breathe, recoup, come up with a new plan. You have to leave that pressure on top of them, and you have to make them uncomfortable. And that's what Raskills was doing. Definitely beautifully executed. Amir again also has damage. No damage. To waste there. But yeah, those Barbaric Roar R2s. So much damage in these trades. How do you think Amir adapts to this, Sadia?
Well, I think that now that Amir is aware of what Raskills is going to do, I think Amir is going to come in a little bit more prepared. And is it going to fall for what happened at the very start? Like, Raskills just landed 1,100 damage in like 4 seconds, 3 or 4 seconds or something. It was insane. Just the massive like frame trap, and then or not the frame trap, excuse me, just the stun, and then the chase down after that roll catch. It was just insane. So I think if Amir doesn't let that happen, they should have a much better chance. But why don't you count us in and we'll see how it goes.
For sure. I said Amir is the download guy, so we'll see how he adapts to this. Combatants, get ready for battle in 3, 2, 1.
All right, bolts away. Physics are off. Out comes the Barbaric Roar again on the side of Raskills, and the Frost spot thrown by Amir, but manages to roll out of the way. Amir is going into this much more cautiously. Does not want to fall for that again. Beautiful L1 out of Amir, shoveling the first bit of damage there. Raskills is running the Halic I can't speak, excuse me, the Halic Drake Talisman to help compensate for that massive holy damage that Amir is going to be doing. Is regenerating a bit of HP here too pretty quickly. Amir's going to have to find a way to keep up the pressure. It looks like they're trying to wait for that Barbaric Roar to run out a little bit. I don't think they want to push into it while it's so active, and that's probably smart. And for the best outcomes, I think a throwing dagger or crystal knife, maybe it looked like on the side of Raskills. Both players just doing a little bit of tap dancing still here. It's going to come down to who makes the first mistake. And coincidentally, they both try to attack at the same time. And Amir pays the price for it big time. That's insane damage. Already under 500 HP is the tier proc as well. Less than 300, 286. And Raskills does take damage as well, but so is the tier active over 1100 HP. Now on the chase down, there's a running R2 doesn't quite catch him. There's a JL1 from Amir. Massive damage there too. If Amir can get that tier proc, they have a good chance to climb back from this. It's a beautiful L1. Out comes the unblockable blade. actually didn't die. No way, the blue feathers saved them. Gotta get out of here. Oh, that turned down. I don't know how I feel about that L1. I think they maybe should have tried to roll that instead or L1 sooner, but what a close fight there at the end. That was about to be, again, another massive comeback by Amir. 2 rounds in a row. That could have gone either way there at the end, but you got to give it to Roskills for just keeping up the pressure. That combo, the Beast Wars, maybe that's something we need to look at later on, because holy, that damage is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting, Montage.
I have some unfortunate news there. I don't think Amir was rune arced for that fight. So
were they not? Oh, they're at 1900. I think you're right.
I think Amir wasn't rune arced, and therefore that was the difference between winning and losing that match. Oh my gosh, that comeback from Amir as well was so good. I mean, look, Amir adapted exactly the way that he needed to in order to get the victory there. But of course, that HP difference, I think might have been the difference in that fight. Of course, having extra health, anything could happen. Raskills could have pulled off anything. But I mean, still, kudos to Amir for mounting that comeback as well and making that still such a fun fight to watch. To your point with what you said about Barbaric Roar R2. Woo, boy, howdy. That is damage, and not only is it damage, it's relatively safe damage with that hyper armor that you get on top of that. I'm trying to think in my head, like, how do I counter something like this? I don't know, the distance maybe of PSGS or you know, maybe doing projectile, just, you know, whiff punishes. I don't know, but I mean, again, it's fist weapons that can just trample you if you give them the space to do so. So that is definitely a tricky fight. And congratulations to Raskills. We haven't had two, you know, like it's a 2-0 victory, but all of these have been so close. Raskills, the 3rd seed. Yeah, a lot of our top seeds moving on. We have Inservin, Raskills, Frosty, and Beven all moving on. And it looks like we now have our semifinals next. Beven and Frosty. What do you have to think about this?
It's a match we've definitely seen before. Again, we have all these names here are very, very familiar. Only one I'm surprised to not see here is sorry, honestly, but again, kudos to Tam for that one. Beven and Frosty in the first semifinal, and then Inservin and Roskills in the second one. I mean, Beven is Beven, right? every tourney they're in, they're the number 1 seed. I think I've seen them lose a final 1 time. It may have been the June Festival of Combat, actually, if I'm not mistaken. Outside of that, you know, it's just Beven. Frosty is, I mean, if there's anybody that can take down Beven, they're here in the semifinals right now. Frosty is very, very capable of it. I think they are going to stick. I think they're going to go with what they went with towards the end of their match in round 2, relying on some rot procs and status procs to keep pressure on Beven to make them a little bit more mindful of their own HP, to take their eyes off of Frosty and onto themselves a little bit, to give Frosty a few more windows of opportunity to attack and get some damage in and maybe get an early lead here. As far as Inservin and Roskills, seen very, very impressive stuff from both of them. Roskills just, though, the damage from the start of this Barbaric Roar, I think is going to be the biggest thing for Inservin to watch out for. But we do have an arena change here. Beven on the left with the Power Stance Straight Swords, I believe, and Frosty on the right with a catbird, it would seem. Montage, why don't you go ahead and count us in?
I can. We are now in the first of 3. Beven, Frosty, combatants, prepare for battle in 3, 2, 1.
All right, the bolt is away, the physics are off, and both combatants are trudging forward. Out comes the crystal darts on the side of Beven to make some space and gets the Glint Blade Phalanx off. Doesn't seem to land any of them. Does have one left. Is he going to be able to do something? Oh, Frosty was against the wall. Actually didn't get any damage yet. Out comes the crouching R1 from the Naga. Kiba gets the Banished Halberd out, puts it back away, and pays the price for it. Looks like not really sure what he wanted to do there, and paid the price for his hesitation. As he takes 2 L1s, lands a little bit of damage of his own, but it's not nearly enough. Out comes the Talisman Swap from the side of Bevan. Does still have the Ritual Sword and Shield on right now after that. Landing massive damage here. Those beautiful L1s and the R1s as well. Frosty already under 1,000 HP. Immediately an uphill battle. This is not what you want if you're Frosty. Again, surprised to not see the Rod Grease or Bleed Grease on right now. It's something that Frosty loves to do with his arcane builds. Really a surprise to me that he's not engaging in that, at least here in this first stock. We'll land some nice neutral two-handed R1s to get a little bit of damage to try to shorten that gap right now. He's going to have to do a lot more of that, though, if he hopes to catch up. There's a beautiful running R2. He gets hit by those phalanxes. There's a nice roll catch, too, and a tier proc. That's not what you want if you're Frosty, but Bevan doesn't have a ton of HP either. Really close to getting his tier proc as well. Frosty just has to play his cards right. This is still very much anybody's match right now. As you see both players step back to reset their stamina. Out comes another running R2 with nothing doing. No, that's a beautiful one. That looks like to be free aimed as well. That is not a tier proc. Oh, there comes the Talisman Swap. So the tier does get procced. The difference is about 500 HP right now. Out comes more crystal throwing darts. Getting up close onto Frosty right now. Really gets out of the way in time. Out comes more darts. Really trying to mix it up and keep Frosty on his toes. Bevan is doing a great job so far of just maintaining the tone and controlling the flow of this match. Frosty is finding some opportunities to attack, but it's very clear that Bevan is dictating the flow of this match so far. We'll see if Frosty can turn that around. Both players are regenning HP. Bevan does still have a 900 HP lead. Not quite close enough to land that. I think he hit that, though. Yeah, it looks like he did for about 200 HP. That's a beautiful chunk of damage. 400, and just like that, we are almost even. Frosty does still have the blue feather, red feather, brain swords on him. Those just saved him from those L1s, that barrage of mashing L1 over and over and over again. Bevan still has a comfortable lead. Again, regenning HP, has the Blessed Dew on, does not have the blue feather or red feather on yet. Frosty doing a bit of panic rolling, doesn't get caught yet. Oh, there's the rolling R1, but Bevan jumps over it. What a beautiful read on the side of Bevan, to expect that rolling R1 to come out, to expect that retaliation and jump over him and take opportunity of that. That was beautiful play by Bevan at the end. Frosty did try to find a couple windows of attack in there, but he's going to have to find a way to be just a little bit more aggressive, because again, Bevan just kind of dictated the flow of that match montage.
Yeah, there were two very important things that I noticed. Number one, Bevan was using these crystal darts actually to... So Frosty, it seems like he likes to do this thing where when he's spacing you, he kind of does it unlocked. He'll turn around and use the Kiba's range to kind of punish any aggression that you might have towards him, which with a shorter weapon, like Power Stance Straight Swords, you kind of have to do that on the chase down. But Bevan was actually punishing this play with just little tiny dart here and there, just little tiny chips of damage and keeping that pressure on. I think that was a really smart idea to kind of counter that play. The only issue is that they're on a fire map and Frosty is definitely nerfed, and that's unfortunate. So that was pointed out by Russ in chat, and I think that's a very good thing to analyze there. But anyways, I'll let you count us down for this next match, Audia.
All right, combatants, prepare for combat in. Oh, it looks like we have a bit of a reset here, so we'll be right back in that. While we wait for the players to get reset here, do you think Frosty's going to try to incorporate some status? I don't see a reason yet to change the build. I think the build is fine, honestly, but he's on an arcane build. I think well, maybe not actually. But he was using a bunch of greases earlier on. Surprised we haven't seen him using that against Bevan, of all people, right?
Yeah. Running any status-centric build, especially against a player like Bevan that can just choose on command if they want to take damage or not, it seems like a little bit of a gamble. Of course, these players are in this tournament, and I'm just dude talking over it. So what do I know? But I feel like that would be a pretty that would be a gamble of a setup to use. I would imagine that if anything, it might be some type of frost. Of course, we haven't seen a frost proc, so it's most likely not the case. But who knows? Maybe I'm entirely wrong on that from what I've been seeing. Yeah, to your point, as far as changing up the build, yeah, I'm kind of agree with you. I don't necessarily think there's. I think he's fine on his build. It's just adapting more to Beven's play style. That's the nice thing about Frosty is he's a tricky guy, so he just has to kind of ramp up the trickiness of how he gets some of this damage put on top. But either way, both players are ready. Frosty has opted to stay into the fire map. Interesting decision. We'll see if it pays off.
All right. Well, I will count us in, combatants. Prepare for combat in 3, 2, 1.
Okay, and it looks like yep, he's staying with the catbird there, and we also have Beven staying with the power stance stray swords. Beven again, just kind of periodically throwing out these crystal darts to kind of keep some of the pressure on Frosty, not make him too comfortable. Because the thing about Frosty is his movement, and you'll see this right now, chat, that his movement is he's all over the place. He's a slippery little guy. And so sometimes you can punish a bit of that just like, fun movement, trying to psych your opponent out with just throwing out a little damage, a little projectile. You might just get a little chip here and there, and that kind of messes with your groove, your flow a little bit. But of course, Frosty being the player that he is, I don't think it's going to get in his head too much, but still the damage deficit against him isn't what you want to see. More or less, that's going to do anything. But, oh, there we go. Punishes the projectile that time. I like that. He says to Beven, you can't just do that for free. Ooh, see, that's why the katana is such a good choice. Combos! Oh, the combo into the off halberd. Yeah, Frosty was just waiting like a predator in the night for his prey to come, for his exact opportunity to do exactly what he did. That is what this build is meant to do right there. There is a combo into the katana that does lead into the halberd. Played that expertly, but Beven, now a little bit more aggressive, puts on some of that damage, is getting a little bit more liberal with the jumping L1s. And I think that's a good adaptation. The only issue with these jump attacks is they can be caught out of the sky with this katana. Oh, trade right there. Beven's on the back foot. Frosty still has his tier. I think Frosty says, who cares if I'm a snowman? I can work in any temperature possible. Beven is playing a lot more careful. 45 health. Frosty could breathe on him and he will die. But can he bring back the trade? Well done using the range of Rikipo Frosty. 1-1, Sadia. 1-1.
Yeah, 1-1. What a comeback by Frosty. I think that entire match can be boiled down to just that like pseudo blunder that Beven got caught in. What was that? Like 6 hits, 5 or 6 hits in a row, and it was like 1,200 damage or something along the lines of that. It was insane. I think Beven thought he could get an L1 out of that, but it just wasn't fast enough. He just wasn't able to mash that quickly enough out of the hit stun, and he paid the price for that, for trying to stay in the pocket and keep that aggression up. Frosty, this is exactly what Frosty needed to do, was to just find a window to get a lead early and maintain it and keep the chase down and not give Beven a chance to reset and find their footing. You see Beven tried to get a little bit of damage in here, does get Frosty down to 800 HP, but never got that tier proc. So Frosty, kudos to them. They did exactly what they needed to swap things around, and we are at 1-1 montage. They are back in their corners.
Yes, they are. Well, I'm going to count us down. Get ready for this next amazing match between these two crazy good individuals. 3, 2, 1, and we're off.
All right, the bolt is off. The physics are away. Out comes a frost pod on the side of Frosty, of course. And there's a gunplay phalanx coming out on the side of Beven. Lands early damage. That's a nice chunk. That's 600 damage early. Frosty's going to look for a chance to do some talisman swaps here once he gets the window to, and actually didn't punish after that second L1 off of Beven. Very, very surprised. Actually got punished himself. And just like that, it was 1100 HP taken. Now come the talisman swaps now. He swaps the Blessed Dew and the Green Turtle. There's a nice little L1 there. He almost got in trouble. That was really, really aggressive. It would have paid the price for that. Beven has a nice early lead here as he takes that JR1 to the face. Out comes the jumping L1 on the side of Beven now. Looks like both players are going to try to reset their stamina just really quickly. Out comes the feints on the side of Frosty. There's a nice little jumping R1. Not quite enough to get it, and gets punished with a neutral L1 inside of Beven. Great roll discipline, by the way, to not panic roll early, because Frosty was looking for a punish there. As he gets punished himself as a jumping L1, and just like that, it's just this back and forth. Beven is now reasserted himself as the dominator in this match right now. He has a very, very comfortable lead over 2100 HP, and Frosty has just had his tier procs only at 1000 at this point. Frosty is going to look for a chance to get Beven caught in a blender, but that's going to be really, really difficult to do 2 matches in a row as he himself gets hit by some of those phalanxes. Doesn't actually get caught in L1 though. Very, very surprising, very impressive. Only 500 HP left, though. He does get the talisman swaps on the Blue Feather, Red Feather, Brand Sword are on, as well as the Blessed Dew regenning HP. Running around trying to make some space right now. Oh, there's a nice little bit of chip damage back. Oh, but he pays the price. Under 200 HP now. There's a bit of a backstep. Not sure if he meant to do that. More phalanxes out on the side of Beven. Frosty is probably 2-shot right now, I would say. 2 L1s, and they'll get him. There's a phalanx. Oh, but he actually punishes Beven. Can Frosty pull this back from the brink? We will see. Beven still does have their tier active. Frosty, again, is regenning HP. Thanks to that Blessed Dew! Again, the exact same way, or almost, that Beven finished the first stock. Waiting for Frosty to make a move and running behind him. This time sprinting instead of jumping and getting that neutral L1 to take this 2-1. Montage, Beven had a lot of control of that early, but towards the end, it started to look a little shaky. Frosty was climbing back. It was too little too late at the end of the day, but you think he's going to be able to make use of that momentum going into the next stock?
Yeah. I think one of the things that I saw Beven tighten up on was just spacing, and then also knowing when to pressure Frosty. The thing about Frosty is because he's so slippery, you have to be very particular in when you make your decision to go in and when you make your decision to disengage. And I think Beven has just shown that expertly. I mean, like when it comes to, again, fundamentals, this man is prepared and ready to go. But hey, we're also prepared and ready to go into this next match, so I'll let you do the countdown.
All right, this could be the last match, the semifinal between Beven and Frosty. Combatants, prepare for combat in 3, 2, 1.
All right, Frosty sticking to the catbird, does not change off of it. I think he agrees with us that is the play. He can do it. He has shown that he can do it. Ooh, Beven keeping the spacing a little tight, goes in for a backstab there. Frosty a lot more aggressive this time around. I think he realizes that if he gives Beven the space that he does need in order to play the spacing game that he wants, that's maybe not the ticket. So I actually like the extra aggression coming from Frosty. Again, both players seems like they almost have like an equal amount of aggression on each other. I can see this being a lot more of a damage heavy match. Okay, look at that. I mean, the jumping L1 does not get punished on the side of Frosty. Again, both players. All right, going for the running R1. I'm liking what I'm seeing. I'm liking what I'm seeing from both players. Again, it's being very meticulous on when to go in, when to go out. And a little bit of time placed in. We had Beven. Okay. Ooh, does get the off halberd. Right now, Frosty has the health lead, and it looks like, oh my gosh, both players are keeping it so tight, but Frosty aggresses at the wrong time, and Beven keeps swinging. That is so much damage, and is now in Beven's favor, but Frosty responds. Yes, okay, more of that katana R1. That is a lot of roll catching that you can do with that. Frosty, again, he is so aggressive. Right now, we have the tier popped on the side of Frosty. Oh, I think we might be going to a game 5 if he keeps this up. Never mind. Okay, Beven says not today. Oh, this is anyone's game. Frosty jumping R1. This is so... Oh my gosh, both players are just ready to win at any given moment. This is peak Elden Ring PvP. Neutral L1 doesn't connect. Right now, my gosh, I'm on the edge of my seat. Who's gonna take it? Oh, that's big damage from the side of Beven. How? Frosty's in the corner. Frosty oh, he gets out. He disengages. Frost, okay. Another crystal dart. Who's gonna take this? Oh my gosh! Two! Frosty is on the point! Oh my, this is anyone's game. Truly, Frosty has one hit away from making this not be the end of his tournament. Both players are playing so safe now.
He needs one hit. He just needs one.
Oh, that could have been it if he kept swinging, but it also... Yo,
oh, there it is!
Sweeping R1, Frosty takes it. 2-2, and we get the last match, Sadia.
We're getting a game 5. We're getting your wish montage. What a comeback, however, on the side of Frosty. Almost lost it there, actually. Had a pretty sizable lead. Got the tier proc on Beven and was at like 1200 HP with his tier and then lost it. That was... Beven almost shifted the momentum again to win that 3-1, but now he's really going to have to fight for it. Great job by Frosty there to stay with it. You know, to find his footing and to keep that pressure at Beven. This is what he needed to do. You cannot give Beven an opportunity to set his footing and regress. You're gonna like spell doom for yourself. So Frosty did a really great job of stamina management here and spacing to make use of that stamina that he had to keep the pressure on him. Great job. As you think, I think Beven may have ran out of stamina right there. I'm not sure, but. Whew, that was fantastic, actually. As we're ready here for our Game 5 montage. Want to count us in?
Sadia, please take it away for this awesome final match. I hope it's like the last one. I hope it's down to the wire. Combatants, prepare for battle in 3, 2, 1.
All right, the bolt is away. Out comes an early, I forget what that's called. Beast Roar? No, what is it called? The Karen ability. I don't remember. But Beven managed, I think it was a little bit too far away and lands the first bit of damage onto Frosty for about 200, but Frosty responds to damage of his own. Already down though by 900 HP. Talisman's about to come in any second. A great punish there on the running R2 from the Nagakiba. But he gets punished himself. He's already under 1200 HP. Can he do it again? Oh my, that's not great at all if you're Frosty. Already a tier proc, less than 1000 HP. Can he turn it around? He's done it before. There's a beautiful neutral on1. What happens here? I think Frosty just got thrown off of his game. I'm not sure. Just maybe misinterpreting when those L1s were going to come out. But instantly, Frosty less than a minute in, less than 200 HP. Beven's still over 2200. Not even a tier proc. It's just a matter of time. I think at this point, I don't know if it's possible to climb back from this. If so, it'd be the most amazing comeback I've ever seen. But Frosty's still gonna give it his all, and that's really all you can do if you're in a situation. Just do what you can and make do with what you have. It tries to get the pressure up, gets caught by the Phalanx though, and Beven takes this 3-2. Not at all what I expected. I think maybe Frosty may have had a couple input drops on the rolls early. There were a couple of just like neutrals and one jumping L1 that he just kind of took without rolling out of the way. Outside of input drops, I don't really know what could have happened there.
Yeah, I think it could have been a combination of a couple things. Just looking at what Frosty was attempting to do there, it seems to me like, the last few matches have just been a game of cat and mouse. And I think when it comes to this tournament, if there is a benefit there to try to get into your opponent's head when you've done the same thing back and forth, and they're expecting you to do the same thing. I think Frosty was expecting Beven to think that he was going to do the same thing, so he went full aggression there. And most of that aggression and then re-aggression was punished on the side of Beven. He was ready for that on the side of Frosty. Again, could have been a number of things, but what matters most is that was still a really sick set. Frosty if Frosty seriously like put on a show. Beven reminded everyone that he just has that iron mental. You know, good stuff to both players. Seriously, that was a fun match, especially that fourth one. Oh my gosh, that might have been match of the tournament. Who knows? But awesome stuff from both players. And then as far as our next match goes, we have Inservin and Raskills. Raskills with the Morning Star Barbaric Roar, and Inservin probably sticking with the Power Stance Straight Swords. But what do you think is going to come of that?
I think Raskills is going to stick with the Barbaric Roar stuff. I think Inservin's going to stick with the Straight Swords. It's going to come down to who outspaces the other. Because I don't know who's going to win that trade, really. But I know no matter who you are, you don't want to be taking trades. Just like we don't want to be taking ad breaks, but we have to, unfortunately. It's so we don't get these pre-rolls interrupting your viewing experience. So quick 90-second ad break is coming up. Go get water, go eat, go to the bathroom, do what you got to do. And when those 90 seconds are up, we are going to jump in with the final semifinal match of the 2023 NA Minor in August. Why, hello and welcome back to the Festival of Combat August 2023. I am Sadia Moon, joined by its Montage here. As you can see, we are ready just about to hop into the final, or the last rather, semifinal match between Inservin and Raskills. Inservin was running, I think, Power Stance Straight Swords early, and Raskills has been the one terrorizing the bracket with the Starfist and Beast Roar. So, Montage, how are you feeling about this match coming up?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this matchup before. Raskills using the Starfist Barbaric Roar, and using that successfully into Amir also using the Power Stance Straight Swords, I believe. He took that match.
He's not running Starfist.
Okay, well, never mind what I say, because we have a Power Stance Straight Swords mirror match here.
All right, well, I guess I'll count us in. It looks like they're both ready. Combatants, prepare for combat in 3, 2, 1.
All right, both players have their physics, and we have the same exact talismans on both sides. It looks like both players got the same health as well. I'm wondering if that's a UI bug or we truly have that much of a matchup here. But we have the Codids on the side of Raskills, and we have, I think those are Slender Swords on the side of Inservin. I wonder who's got the more AR build up here. But here's the thing: is that Raskills has the Lionels on, so that's a lot of damage mitigation that you can get from that armor set, especially from slash damage. So I am curious. Okay. All right. Yep, there we go. Now we have it a little changed up. There we go. Okay, now we're seeing. All right. So Inservin is landing more of those. I'm curious about the weapon change on the side of Raskills. To be honest, maybe he just has seen Inservin do well against Fist. I've actually personally fought Inservin as well using Starfist, so he's definitely not unfamiliar to that matchup. So yeah, I'm curious about the switch to Power Stance Straight Swords, but both players are jumping around again, doing those neutral jumps, just trying to find their way in. That's the thing about Power Stance Straight Swords, like any wrong move and you are eating a lot of damage. Right now, Inservin still not taking a hit. Never mind. I'm sorry, commentator's curse. That's on me. But you've been. Oh, okay. Beast Sling. Interesting. Beast Sling is especially oppressive on patch 110 because of that it stuns. It stuns with the new poise changes. So that can actually be very, very oppressive on the side of Raskills. I actually really like that. Now, that all being said, though, Inservin is Inservin, so he's not really taking much damage, and he's just kind of running around. He's able to get some of his health back using this Blessed Dew tier. Of course, both players are running it right now to be able to top themselves off as much as they can. It looks like Inservin is more of the aggressor in this situation, but Raskills is pressing the button and it is hitting the Inservin in the face.
Yeesh.
So, it's working out. This is what I said. It can go from 0 to 100 so quickly with this setup. And now both players, it's just aggression city. Both players are swinging the sword. Who's gonna swing the sword better? And it looks like coming out of that, Raskill's taking it. But, oh my gosh, Inservin is just like that. And with the beast sling!
The best sling!
Wow. You know, that went from Inservin favored for the vast majority of that fight to just Raskill's absolutely holding the butt. I think what was happening there was Inservin was thinking that he had the spacing properly, especially right there. That attack where it looked like he was out of range. So that was like last pixel or something going on there. But yeah, I mean, Raskills just kept swinging. And they just kept winning. I know, very, very high level analysis here. But,
well, I mean,
you know,
it's kind of like you said. Yeah, it really can just go from 0 to 100. I mean, it was what, 2.5 minutes before anything really happened. I think in the first 2 minutes or so, there were maybe 1 or 2 hits that actually registered. That was it. And a lot of it was just patty cake after that. And so finally the floodgates opened, and then it's just L1, L1, L1 city, just like you said.
Yep.
And Raskills came out on top of it. Really, really nice job. Great use of the bestial sling too. In their spell slots, and it looks like they're already ready for the second stock of the match. Montage. Want to count us in?
I can. Combatants prepare for battle in 3, 2, 1.
All right, the bolt is away. The physics have been drunk. Out comes the bestial sling on the side of Raskills. Nothing doing though there. Now out comes, is this going to be a mirror of what happened last time? Are we going to sit around for 2 minutes pontificating on like what we think the game is like? Until finally somebody lands an L1. We'll find out soon enough. We are about 25 seconds in right now. It comes more bestial sling, trying to get something going, and nothing yet. This seems to be, it's going to be more what happened last time. As we see, that was a throwing knife. One landed. There's some damage. Out comes a jumping L1, but doesn't land. Nothing doing there. Both players are being very, very cautious and passive, and for good reason. Again, power stance straight swords are one of the strongest, if not the strongest setup in the game right now. There's a reason why you see everybody and their cousin use it, because it's so powerful. Because that L1, with those first 2 L1s, you can easily land like upwards of 700 to 900 damage, depending on your build and what you're going up against, stat allocations, and so on and so forth. So there's a good reason why players are being so cautious. That would be like a running L1 there. Very interesting. I don't think that was on purpose. I could have spelled trouble for Raskills, but Inservin wasn't able to capitalize. Maybe they were out of stamina. As both players are resetting again, both players are, it seems to be back up at full HP again. Well, we've seen a couple. I've seen some bestial slings and stuff on those blessed deals. Because of that, nobody. Oh, was that a hit? That was one of them. I think one sword landed. Oh, there's another one. So finally, 600 damage is done. That is a Spelldrake talisman. I'm not sure if that had to have been a mistake. Out comes another L1, and Inservin just like that is at 1100 HP, but responds to some damage of his own. Raskills takes about 600. We'll look to see maybe talisman swaps here soon. I'm not sure. And Inservin wondering why they still have that Spelldrake going. Well, it doesn't matter. They're getting work done as they finally take the lead for the first time in the second stock. 2 minutes in. Going back, respacing now. I'm still so curious about that Spelldrake talisman. That has to be a mistake. I wonder if they've noticed yet. I'm wondering what they wanted to swap to. Maybe green turtle or maybe blessed dew. Here comes the blessed dew. Yeah, that's what they meant to do. Okay, as they take some trades here, they come out on top. Raskills is one hit right now. Does not have blue feather, red feather on, and pays the price. Inservin now takes the second stock, and we are going to at least stock number 4, Montage. What do you make of that one?
Yeah. I'm the more that this goes on, It's like I'm kind of enjoying watching the neutral and that these players are playing. Especially in this matchup, they know that this is a fight that can absolutely go any way, any direction, given the damage output, given the damage mitigation. And it's truly it's a battle of like, all right, who has the spacing game figured out just a little bit better. Inservin takes that one. Raskills took the first. Look at that. That's quintessential power stance straight sword mirror right there. We are swinging the sword. We're doing the thing. But you know, 1-1. So it looks like both players are capable of it. Sadia, go ahead and count us in for this next match.
With pleasure, combatants prepare for combat in 3, 2, 1.
All right, and we have the bolt come down. Both players have drank, and interesting, we do have a frost pot come in. Does not do any damage there. We have a response throwing knife, and a little bit back to both players, you know, just kind of feeling each other out. I like this. I like it. Seems like they're getting a little bit more aggressive this time around. You know, they realize that, you know, we can weaken spacing, we can whiff punish, and that's still going to be the name of the game for sure. But I kind of like I like seeing them just get a little bit more aggressive, just trying something random. Maybe this one hits. Maybe they're going to turn in and start and face me and run towards me when I throw this out, and it's going to be the perfect timing there. Again, those reaction punishes that looks like Raskills going for right there. The jump attack gets majorly punished from Raskills. So good job there. I mean, but the damage is so close. I mean, right now, both players sitting around that 1900 range. And okay, Inservin putting on a little bit more damage. Okay, yeah, so it's as soon as one takes a little bit more damage, you can see that person go on the defensive. And as soon as one gets more, you see them go a little aggressive. And then the damage, the health pools are going to shift, and it's the playstyles are going to change that way. So it's just a matter of who is more on today. All right. Ooh, that's a lot. And another one. Raskills hitting these back swings. Has a little bit of a health advantage. The jump L1 and the response jump L1 from Inservin. Look, the play style isn't the most intricate thing, but man, is it still strong. And that L1 wins, and the response back from Inservin. Raskills poised to take the second one. Oh my gosh, you do not want to be up into a corner like that, especially against power stance straight swords. That was a good backswing hit on the side of Raskills. Does get the jump L1. First tier is procced on the side of Inservin. Raskills. Oh, well, both players actually have lost their tiers. I mean, this is just so back and forth. Jump L1s right now. Raskills. It seems like Raskills has no problem being in the corner. He's like a cornered animal. He just kind of attacks. He just says, you know what, whatever. And it seems to kind of be working. He's got the health advantage right now. It's 689 to 440. So, you know, it's I mean, it's just like the last few games. This really could be anyone's. Both players are just trying to get the perfect whiff punish. I get it. I've been there. Okay, 300. 80. You are under 100. You are dead unless you just swing harder. This is a one shot. Who is going to take it? Oh, the bestial sling. That is such an advantage right now. He can end it at any point. He dies.
Oh, bad spacing. Oh, what a finish to that one, dude.
It's so much waiting until it's not Sadia, and it just gets explosive from there. I can't talk. What did you see there?
I saw a lot of posturing again. Like, it's a lot of what we've been seeing most of these rounds. It seems that around like the 2-minute mark is when, like, you know, something starts to break. That seems to be the common denominator in all of these stocks so far. But Inservin, I thought Inservin was really gonna like call that one back, as you see the trades here right in the pocket. That blue feather really saved him right there. Beautiful turnaround. That was gorgeous. That was absolutely gorgeous. Like, another great punish right here. But I think here he tried to do it again because he just did it twice. I thought right here on this L1, it looks like he thought he outspaced it, but just a little bit too close here.
Yeah,
probably should have rolled that in retrospect, but good read on the side of Roskills to see that, to recognize him being out of position. But let's see if he'll get that third and get to the finals montage. Count us in.
Yeah, Rascals potentially on game point. Combatants prepare for battle in 3, 2, 1.
All right, the bolt is off, the physics are pops, and out comes a frostbot and the slide of Roskills. Nothing doing. Now comes throwing daggers inside of Inservin. Out comes a jumping L1 right out of the gate. Very, very aggressive. Looks like he's trying to mix it up here. Doesn't maybe want to wait 2 minutes. Again, every single stock right now. He wants to win. He's down 1 right now. If Roskills wins this, they advance to the finals to face Beven. The loser of this will go on to the 3rd place match to face Frosty. So a great title to be sure, but both of these players want to make it to the finals and they both want to win, as demonstrated by their play so far. A few more talisman swaps here left and right, and Inservin still has that Crimson Hammer on because he hasn't taken damage, and the Ritual Shield as well. I'll be interested to see if he does get hit by a Bestial Sling or something, if he swaps the Blessed New and keeps that on as he lands the first bit of damage now for about 100 on Roskills. I think only one of those swords managed to hit. Roskills is backing up into a corner, maybe manually. I can't quite tell. There's a nice little L1 to read that overextending on the side of Inservin and more Bestial Sling, but doesn't land it. Inservin tries to punch and doesn't get that quite either. Both players resetting now. Roskill's kind of backing himself up into a corner here. I'm not sure if he realizes this. Can Inservin capitalize? Nope. Well, gets him to another corner. Inservin is not letting him free, but Roskills finally finds a window to reset and reposition himself. Don't want to have your back up against the wall. Inservin could tell that Inservin is really trying to quarter in box minute. Look at this movement right now. He's mirroring his movement directly to try to keep his back against the wall. He did get hit by one of those L1s for it, but he is kind of controlling the zoning right now. Roskills is just running with the space that Inservin gives him, but Inservin's unable to punish as he gets a nice jumping L1 there to just about even it out, but Roskills responds with one of his own and stuns him out with that rolling R1, so Inservin can get the L1 off. That may have given him the lead, but now instead he has a bigger deficit to call up from behind. Another L1 landed on Inservin. Could this be it? Could this be the match that Roskills needs to get to the finals? Will Inservin be in the 3rd place match? He can't take trades. He's too low to do this. Roskills still has his tier active, and Inservin just had his pops under 800 HP. He has swapped to the blue feather, red feather. Talismans does have Blessed 2 on as well, but he's under 200 HP, and there it is. Roskills managed to take it. So that was a really weird one to me as Roskills advances to the finals. Now, it looks like Inservin was kind of controlling the positioning on the match for a lot of that, right? Had Roskills with his back against the wall and was like completely mimicking his movement, but every time Inservin just got a little bit too close, overextended just a little bit too much, and Roskills did a great job of reading that and managed to claw his way up even though he didn't have the best positioning montage.
Yeah, that's one thing that I noticed throughout this fight that actually kind of weirdly worked in the favor of Rascals was, you're exactly right. Inservin it felt like he sort of dictated the pressure of the match, or just the flow of it. And oftentimes you saw Rascals being the one that was pushed up into the corner and the wall. And like, that's not a place you want to be in, especially against power stance straight swords. But what was interesting is that every time he was pushed into a corner, that's when he got most aggressive and actually ended up doing like the most amount of damage. So like taking a really not ideal situation and actually making that a strength, like that's hats off to Rascals. That was actually sick. The matchup, I think Rascals, I'm pretty sure Coded is the longest sword, so just having a slight like maybe pixel or two, but at the end of the day, Rascals, it's taken that off of Inservin. Congratulations. That's Inservin. Beating Inservin is not an easy feat at all. So, you know,
Yeah,
GG's
definitely
to
not.
Rascals for sure on that. But yeah, I mean, we're coming up on our bronze match, and it looks like we have Frosty and Inservin. Ooh, that's gonna be fun. Well, we have an ad break coming up, so we will be back with that bronze match, and I'm looking forward to that. More Frosty. Give me more Frosty.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Again, I am Sadia Moon, joined by It's Montage over here. To my right, we are ready for the third place match. We had a very, very exciting bit of semifinals there between the top four combatants left. But now it's time for Frosty and Inservin montage. How we feeling? How we feeling about this?
I mean, this could go any direction. Again, Inservin is one of those people that, like, you know, just came off of a loss. Of course, so did Frosty. And I don't think that's going to shake their mental whatsoever. And then Frosty is put up such a good back and forth with Beven. I mean, despite not winning against Beven, it still seems like Frosty is pretty on it today. And Servin, I don't think I've ever seen that individual ever not on it. So I think we're poised to get something really special for this third place match. Yeah, I'm wondering if Frosty sticks with the Catbird. And it seems like it's been working. I mean, you bring it that close with against Beven. I'd stick with it. Yep, and it looks like he is. So
Yes.
yeah, and it looks like I don't know what's on Servin right now, but we're about to see. I'll let you take this countdown away, Sadia Moon.
All right. Well, looks like we've got a bit of movement. Want to just make sure that both players are where they're supposed to be. And all right, both players in position. So, combatants, prepare for combat in 3, 2, 1.
And both flasks coming out. We do have the power stand straight swords as well on Inservin. Yeah, this Catbird setup is a very interesting one from Frosty. You kind of have that pseudo combo that you can do that we did see him do against Beven. But one thing that I think is really nice in this setup is that he's got the spacing. Of course, while Frosty may have the spacing, Inservin's definitely going to have the damage. So it's going to really come down to a game of technicals. Right now, Frosty, of course, has taken more damage. Pretty much every attack has been, for the most part, a trade. And right now, Frosty doing his patented, just kind of running around the map, doing weird stuff, like just doing like a random unsheath. I do like it. Yeah, into it, just a running R1, and then catches the spacing. That's the thing about Nagakiba, that the length of this sword, you gotta be really careful spacing.
Yeah.
Nice, almost punishes the jump attack with the halberd. I mean, just look at how many hitboxes Frosty is able to pump out. I mean, it wasn't Servin favored for a little bit. Not so much anymore. Okay, well, never mind. You get into a corner against power stand straight swords, you can kiss away at least a little bit of damage. But look at that! Look at that! Frosty just says, you know what? I'm gonna fight my way forward out of this rough situation and make it work. Right now, Inservin does not have the tier. Frosty does! Still pumping on more damage. Frosty is... Oh, okay, Inservin does get the Red Bolus off. Reducing some of this bleed buildup that is coming innately from the Nagakiba. And, oh my gosh, Frosty can just swing now. Whoa!
Whoa!
Whoa, there was almost a backstab grab attempt. I don't think he meant to do that. He does get a little punished for it. The tier is now knocked off of Frosty right now. He's going into the two-handed. I mean, he just keeps swapping back and forth between two-handing both left and right-handed weapon. Inservin, 28 health, and gets hit with finished by Nagakiba. Well done to Frosty. Yeah, like I said, Frosty's playing hot today. I mean, that's just good. That's just good Elden Ring PvP. You know, that down to the wire. That truly could have been any person's game. I thought it was just going to be Frosty until Inservin brought it back when he had that corner pressure. But both players making it close to the very end. What did you see, Sadia?
I saw the number one thing that stood out to me, especially like right out of the gate, was just the movement of both of these players, but like Frosty especially. It's so like it almost looks like he's cheating, like how quickly he's able to come out of the end of an attack animation and just stop and turn around every position and keep doing these stutter steps without doing the pivoting. That's really, really difficult to do for the average player. Obviously, like it makes the pace of the game look like it's at 200%. It's like what you were saying before, like when you were playing months ago and Sorry invaded you and it looked like he was at like 8 times speed. That's basically what it feels like watching these two players play against each other. It's such a treat. It really is.
It really is. Well, we have game 2. See if Frosty could do it again or Inservin can get on the board. Combatants, prepare for battle in 3, 2, 1.
All right, bolt is off. Physics are pops, and we are ready to go get underway with the second stock of the 3rd place match. And we see some trades early on. Inservin has an early lead, some talisman swaps, and now gets the ritual shield back on. Has a bit of a lead here now. About 200 HP. Actually lands a jumping L1. I didn't think that was going to be able to land. Really surprised by that. There's a trade there. That's a really good trade if you are Inservin. A very, very early lead here already. Gets a tier proc. In under 30 seconds got a tier proc. Oh my god. Inservin has turned up the cooker to 11 right now. Frosty is in a lot of trouble. Up against the wall too. Oh, and getting caught in these neutrals as well. Looks like he's trying to talisman swap in menu, but not fast enough, and tries to just, it looks like he went for an L1 with the halberd to make space, but couldn't get it away. Inservin really came out of the gates firing with that one. That might be one of the fastest. That might be the fastest stock we've seen so far, Montage.
Yeah. It looks like Inservin took a page out of Beven's book. And was just, you're like, you know what, I'm just gonna swing, and hopefully Frosty stays aggressive, try to catch him up on his own, like mix him up on his own mix-up. And yeah, it's when you make those kind of those gambles and trying to just read your opponent or predict your opponent, I should say, you know, it's a feast or feed thing, and it ended up working out there. So congratulations to Inservin getting on the board. We are 1-1. Sadia, count us down.
All right, combatants, prepare for combat in 3, 2, 1.
Okay, let's see how the other player is going to adapt here. And yeah, more aggression from Frosty. And I think that's actually a good idea to do here. I mean, the aggression there kind of got him hurt last time, but surely you wouldn't do that twice, right? Well, Frosty would, because, you know, again, when you're trying to get into the other player's head, you know, things like that work out. But right now we have a lot of neutral. We have a lot of running around. We have a lot of both players just trying to see who is going to attack first. A nice running R2 with the Kiva. Has so much range on it. Does hit Inservin there. And right now we have a lead. Okay. All right. Nice. I like the idea. I like the idea. I've been seeing a few players run the two-handed Kiva. It has an interesting move set that actually covers a decent amount of options, which does make it a very competitive weapon. But of course, I mean, when you're going up against power stance straight swords, I mean, woo, you gotta play a little safe. And right there, I'm actually surprised that didn't connect there on the side of Inservin. But I mean, well done for Frosty there. Both players are just throwing out hitboxes, but are not getting hit. Of course, I open my mouth, and Frosty does land a nice little R1 on Inservin there. Ooh, Inservin had the read, but didn't get the damage there. But it looks like the multi-hit talismans are proccing with even these phantom hits. Nice. I like these little just quick jabs. You know, it's these, like, you know, no harm, no foul. I'm just gonna, after we have a little bit of an interaction, just one little attack, you know, just to chip on a little bit of damage. Ooh, wow, that hit. That was crazy. Looks like Inservin's game plan, and he's hit this multiple times before on Frosty, is to get Frosty on his run out. Frosty almost goes for an in-your-face unsheath, and that would have been a lot of damage, but hey, you know, this little chip game look at that! Up and I love that from Inservin, by the way. Gets hit 3 times and still goes on the aggressive, just because sometimes in this game you got to hit people with who does that, you know, and almost works out for him. But yeah, Frosty is just slathering on hit after hit after hit. Look at these combo. It was like a reverse from last game. Or two. It was like both these players are just steamrolling one another almost, it seems, back and forth. You know, it's like that's where I think like just the mental of the game can just completely shatter game to game. You know, you get one hard, read on somebody, and then it's off to the races. And both of these players are doing that. But yeah, I mean, what was some things that you saw that were working right there for Frosty?
The biggest thing was keeping up the aggression. I mean, I think something that was really interesting about this one was that right out of the gate, both players were like pretty in your face to each other, but everybody was just rolling everything. It felt like it was forever until somebody hits. It's not like it was like some of the Power Stone Street Star matchups we see where it's just like posturing, running back and forth and stuff. Both players were up in each other's face a lot, but it just took like just one hit for it to open for Inservin to get on the back foot, and Frosty does such a good job of keeping up the pressure, man. Such a good job. We'll see if he can do it again. If you're ready, so count us in.
I am. Combatants, prepare for battle in 3, 2, 1.
Bolt is off, physics are away, and we are ready for stock number 4 of the 3rd place match. Mention this is a best of 4, so it'll be or best 2-4, excuse me. So there's at least 2 matches after this one if at least 1 match after this one if Frosty manages to win this, excuse me. And Inservin's gonna have to win 3 in a row, and that's not an easy task, especially when you're up against the number 3 seed. Or the number 5 seed, excuse me. It's nice bit of R2 poking as Frosty finally gets himself on the board in terms of damage. Inservin is keeping up the pressure right now, though. I think one thing Inservin needs to do is, as he gets hit there, is be a little bit faster with his resets. He comes in with these JL1s and he backs up, and it takes a lot of time to come back in and get ready, which it gives Frosty a lot of time to reset himself too. He's got to do a little bit better job of keeping him on the back foot, trying to get that match that he had like 2 matches ago, right? As he does right now. This is exactly what he needs to do. Perfect spacing, stay close enough to where you can still punish those missed rolls by Frosty, and keep yourself on the board right now. Keep himself in Frosty's face as he has a pretty comfortable lead. A tear puck already too. There's 2 L1s. Frosty's at 55 HP. Just needs to get it one more time. Does get the talisman swaps off, but I don't think that'll be enough at this point if Inservin is quick enough, and he is with the crouching R1, and it is now 2-2 montage. We are going to game 5, at least 2 more games after this. That was pretty different. A lot, like something I really like about these 3rd place. This happens to every single 3rd place match I see when casting. It's always it's a ping pong match. The back and forth is like every single time. It's never a 4-0 or a 3-0. It's always like 4-3 or 4-2 or something, and that's what you love to see. That tells you that the bracket is working, and you have players here who are supposed to be here.
Yeah, get your popcorn, ladies and gentlemen, because my prediction is we're gonna see a game 8. So just snuggle in, throw some gamble your channel points, get ready, because I mean, you could make a good argument for both of these players having each other's number. It's just I cannot tell you who is, like, after 4 games who I think is going to win. I cannot. But I can have Sadia count us down.
Yes, with pleasure. Combatants, prepare for combat in 3, 2, 1.
And they're off. We have our physics down, and again, it is just... Can I just say that this is like such high-level play that it's so hard for me add anything of value because these guys, they're just doing things that I'm like, oh yeah, that's really smart. Oh, I didn't think to do that. Oh yeah, that's thinking outside the box. I like that. No, but seriously, congratulations to these combatants fighting for this bronze third place spot here. And here we go. I mean, like Inservin ran away with the last game, but guess what? Frosty first hit this game. I mean, again, I'm liking the idea of how he is trying to whiff punish these jumping L1s. That was good. We have not seen a lot of running L1s on Power Stance Straight Sword. It's not usually the most you know, it's kind of an easy thing to dodge if you know it's coming. But again, I said that 2 matches ago. Sometimes you just gotta hit people with the who the heck does that, and that worked out there. Look at these both guys. These guys are just so winging away, and it's still so even too. Frosty puts on 2 extra R1s there. Not bad. Okay, all right. Inservin sees that it works and goes for it again. Doesn't quite pay off for him there. The L1 though, of course. I mean, hey, look, what is the weapon classes that he's playing up to set up? That's Power Stance Straight Swords. At the end of the day, it's gotta come back to the L1. But and Frosty, no, look at that. He is using the range of his bird, and he is swapping to 2-handing his weapons to make some of these combos work. The roll catch on the side of Inservin. This could go any direction. Frosty says, "Get off me!" Inservin says, "I won't." He's panic rolling. Oh my god! What?
5 HP.
5 HP. What?
5 HP, what a jumping L1,
That was the ballsiest jump attack ever! What a legend! What a legend!
A legend is right. Holy, I mean, like, I thought Frosty was gonna take that back for a second, man. Match is like, this is so exciting, dude. Like, you saw Frosty here actually got a lead after those trades, but for some reason is backing off and puts himself in a corner even after landing this good bit of damage here. And Inservin is like, really in trouble, especially after he gets his tier proc there, trying to L1 from neutral, but just gets really pushed back. Right here, Frosty has the momentum, but that little crouching there, it did a panic roll, and Inservin made him pay the price. He landed like 400 damage, and it just right here is when it starts to happen along the wall. A nice little L1 there to interrupt that neutral R1. I think here comes the jumps over the L1, but it's not enough because that blue feather, red feather, and it made the difference of 500 HP, man.
I thought that was so funny because you could clearly tell Inservin's game plan right there was he saw panic roll, and he's like, all right, let's just wait for that 4th one and let's execute that. And Frosty was like, jump. Changed. So good. But hey, you know what? I'm so ready for this next match. Okay. Combatants, prepare for combat. 3, 2, 1.
All right, the bolt is off. Out comes that storm shot. Yeah, I can never remember what it's called. Maybe somebody in chat can correct me. Beast Roar. Thank you very much. Physics have been drunk though, and Inservin lands the first bit of damage early on, only about 100. Will this be the final stock of the bronze place match, or will we go to a game 8? Will it happen? We will find out soon enough, as Inservin is doing a pretty good job right now, controlling the flow of the match, not really giving Frosty a chance to fight back, but Frosty needs to pull out everything behind the kitchen sink right now, because if he loses this, it's over. That's 4th place, as he manages to get his lead for the first time in this stock up to neutral L1. It's not enough from Inservin. Oh, beautiful spacing on the side of Frosty there. Very, very close. That was like 2 pixels away. Keeps the pressure up with the R1 spam in Inservin's face. Doesn't get a tier proc yet, but one more hit will likely do it as he goes through the crouching R1, but it's not enough. Gets out of the way of the jumping R1. Beautiful read. There's another jumping R1 on the side of Frosty. Oh, feints the unsheath and goes for a jumping R1 instead, but it's not enough. Inservin still manages to read it. Gets back into a corner, backs away. Now, again, both players are now reposturing, resetting. Frosty crouching for some reason. Out comes the neutral L1 and then a jumping R1 as well, but doesn't land it. There's, how did nobody get hit? That was crazy. There's a trade though. Inservin still has his tier active. I don't think we'll get a skip though. He is regenning. He does have the Blessed Dew talisman on out comes the neutral L1s, but Frosty is outspacing it. No problem. Out comes a crouching R1 very, very easily read. There's the tier skip, or the tier proc, excuse me. Frosty's panic rolling now. He's about to get his tier proc as well. Finally manages to find a way to fight back. Does a little bit of pokes with the halberd, doesn't get it, but gets that one as well. And now he has a pretty decent lead of 300 HP. And we'll take that back. 900 after that trade. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Out comes the talisman swaps. Inservin has the blue feather, red feather. Blessed Dew on right now, regenning HP. He shouldn't get one shot at this point. I don't think so, unless he gets hit by an unsheath maybe. That might be enough to do it. Frosty has no need to swap to his blue feather, red feather yet. Does have the ritual shield talisman on though for some reason. Wondering if he'll get a chance to swap it, and the Crimson Amber medallion could also swap that as well. Inservin's not giving him the space to do that, but Frosty says, that's fine. I'll spam R1 in your face and takes it. We are going to the game phase for the third place match. Well done by Frosty to take this back. Montage again. You called it. You said there'd be a game 8, and here it is. That was Frosty really did a good job of controlling the flow of that match in the last like minute or so, minute and a half.
Yeah. Frosty the Snowman is gonna swing his sword. And yeah, that whole match was like I think that was the first time that I had seen Frosty actually like start the match off like just it always seemed like it was kind of Beven favored, at least at the beginning, and then Frosty kind of like starts building his comeback. And that time that was like pretty hardcore in the favor of Frosty. Of course, Inservin brought it back kind of towards the end there. But I mean, hey, we're on our last match. I said it before. I cannot tell you who's gonna win this, so I'm excited to see how these guys are gonna treat this final match. Hope that they give it their all.
The final stock. Both players are ready. Combatants, prepare for combat in 3, 2, 1.
Okay, so here we go. Okay, ooh, a lot of throwing knives from the side of Inservin. I mean, they want every little bit of damage that they can get. Jumping L1 coming from the side of Inservin. We have Frosty trying to use his halberd in his offhand to get some of that running away. Okay, what I love to see from Frosty is that he is seamlessly switching to two-handing both of his weapons and just completely changing his moveset. Like that right there, almost got the roll catch, very, very close on that. Jumping into the two-hand jumping R1 is able to get the first bit of damage onto Inservin. Inservin with the talisman swap is able to poke. Okay, yeah, all right, fireworks show. We have Spark Aromatic on the field. Doesn't quite hit, tries to predict some of the aggression from Inservin because again, Inservin still is on the attack. Look at how much damage that is. 600 coming from those power stance straight swords. Does get another hit in. Oh, and a third and a fourth. Frosty! And this is going to be an uphill battle. Inservin still has not taken any damage. Crouch poke R1 from the side. Frosty firing back. Says, you're not going to get me that easily. This is great. Oh, nice. The second R1. And tries to go for the oh my gosh. This is looking like game match 50 health. Frosty going for another neutral jump. I like it. I like it. Oh, the combo. He hit Beven with this. Doesn't get the full. Oh, okay. Yeah, that did. That popped his tier. Frosty, are you going to come back from this? There's no way.
There's no way.
There's no way. You have 90 health, Frosty.
There's no way.
No way. Frosty's playing out of his mind right now! Inservin! He is using the Blessed Dew to get his health back! There's another Spark Aromatic! Doesn't land! What's gonna happen? He's jumping! He's so brave! What the heck is going on? Jumping! Finishes it off on Inservin! But what an attempt at a comeback there! Oh my gosh, Frosty, that was so dope! Didn't quite pull it off, but man, the people knew in their heart of hearts, me being people, that also could have happened very easily. Awesome work from both players, and also Inservin, like for keeping headstrong on that chase down at the end. That was a crazy. Oh my gosh, and it went to the final match as well, Sadia. Wow.
Yeah, it did. That was really exciting. I was getting ready for that to be like Den history. That was almost like the staple match for the Den. So close, but still, you got to give Frosty for even doing that. Frosty was down to like 700 HP at one point before Inservin had even taken any damage. Like that, I don't know what to say about that, man. Kudos to Frosty for trying. There's only so much you could do. How long can you really hold out for? And Inservin did fall down to below 600 HP. I think he did have his tier proc as well. Great use of those spark aromatics too. That was really interesting to see. That almost made the difference for him. Well, it did extend the match a little bit longer, but what a great way to finish, dude. the third place match there. But with that out of the way, now we have the match to look forward to. Beven and Roskills.
Yeah. First thing I want to say is Frosty, I know you're in chat there, man. I would not be too bent out of shape over that loss. That was practically a win almost. I mean, that was you all came so close to doing one of the most insane comebacks. I mean, you have that clutchness in your genes. So, I mean, congratulations as well to Inservin for taking third place. I mean, super deserved. That was basically both players incredibly deserving of that third place, you know. But wow, what a fight and seriously such a sick match. You guys are both insane. But like Sadia said, it's now for the match of matches. And that is between the unstoppable force that is Beven and the immovable object that is Roskills. Are we going to see Power Stance Straight Sword mirror again for these finals, or do you think Beven was incredibly strong on PSGS? Are we going to see that?
I think we see Power Stance Straight Swords. I don't think Beven is gonna PSGS into Power Stance Straight Swords. I think if he does go PSGS, maybe Roskills will go back to the Starfist. That could work against that very well. It did earlier against PSGS Nerd, as we saw. But I think we're gonna expect it's probably gonna be a PSSS or excuse me. I said short spear. Power Stance Straight Sword. Such a mouthful, man. Definitely expect to see a mirror for that. Definitely. It's probably what's Beven. Beven was doing carry-ins, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And then
or maybe it was Noble Slender. I actually don't fully remember.
Well, we will find out soon enough, I'm sure. But if I have to choose, history is telling me it's going to be Beven. There's a reason why he's the #1 seed. But Roskills is making some plays in this tourney. You know, he's had some pretty one-sided matches so far. Did win his first 2-0 against PSGS Nerd, dealing at one point 1,100 damage in like 4 seconds or something. Went 2-0 against Amir, which is an easier. And then managed to beat Inservin. I think that was 3-1, if I'm not mistaken. 3-1 or 3-2. So who knows? I think Roskills will at least take a couple stocks from this. I think maybe it's going to be a 4-2 to Beven. Is what I had to guess. But if you're ready, go ahead and count us in, Montage.
For sure. Everyone, get ready for the finals. Combatants, prepare for combat. 3, 2, 1.
All right, bullet is away. Physics are popped. You see code is on the side of Roskills. Nope, there's your PSGS. You called it. On the side of Beven. Playing into Codeds, this might be a little bit of trouble for him as he lands the first bit of damage. There comes some talisman swaps on the side of Roskills. Now just waiting for there's some mirror rolls there at exactly the same time. That was cute. Both players are kind of resetting right now. I think what Roskills wants is to wait for Beven to make a mistake, but he's going to go right in and punish, and now he's getting punished for that. So Beven still maintains the lead. He got that first bit of damage now, and now he's responding every time he gets hit. So if this keeps up, Beven will end up winning. This is a beautiful crouch L1. He is so good with those crouch L1s. You know that he's free aiming this stuff too half the time. great control of this build and this moveset. There's a reason why, again, that he's number one every single time. I hype him up probably more than anybody else because I comments on his tourney so much. But man, there's a reason for it. He's earned it, as you see right now. He's up 2,000 HP to 600. I think, yes, Rascals does still have his tier active. Lands an L1, 2 L1s. Actually, and just like that may have put him back in the match just a little bit. Beven's still over 1,300, 1,200 now as he wins the best deal sling. Over 600 to Rascals, double the HP. Both players do still have their tiers active. Beven's looking for some more crouch pokes here. Is he going to get punished for this? No, actually, Rascals delayed a little bit too long. Although, it's kind of hard to argue if he delayed it any shorter. Would Beven be able to react? You know, because that's something that he's basically known for. As he gets roll caught right there. Beautiful stuff on the side of Rascals. Takes the lead now for the first time right now as he gets a tier proc. I think he had his tier proc as well, but he does still have about a 300 HP lead. That looked to be a jumping L1, I think.
It's so close.
That Rascals managed to get out of the way of as he's being pushed into the corner now. Beven is looking for those beautiful crouch L1s. What a beautiful turnaround and another one. Beautiful roll catch. Rascals does hit the blue feather on, but no blessed do as he throws the red feather on now as well. So Rotten Sword Insignia! Is that a jumping R1 I saw? I believe it was beautiful. I think Rascals may have pivoted a little bit or thought he could outspace it, but kudos to Beven for taking this. That was very close though. That was a pretty close match. Beven was down to, I want to say 500 or 600 HP. So if that is what we should come to expect for the remaining stocks in this, it's not going to be a runaway by any.
Sadia, I mean, this is I think Rascals is this is impressive. Like, so I called this out in some previous matches. Beven pushing Rascals into the corner, and Rascals it goes full offensive, and it keeps working. Like you should not have the advantage when you're pinned up against a wall like that, but it's just continue to work. I mean, that was like Beven's game right from the rip, and Rascals brought it back. Just kept swinging for the fences, and it almost worked. The jumping R1, of course, finished that game off, but close.
Very close. We'll see how close stock number 2 is as both players are in their respective circles. Combatants, prepare for combat in 3, 2, 1.
Okay, now let's see how both players are going to adapt to the other person's playstyle. We have some projectiles coming out from the side of Beven right now. Oh, just a raw L1 catching a jump from Beven. Rascals right now having the health advantage, trying to use those bestial slings to create some distance pressure. Ooh, does get the L1, although Beven does return the favor with a crouching L1 of his own. The Solarias has insane damage if you hit these things. So I mean, this really, again, can go any person's way. Right now, I kind of like this. They're just running at each other. And oh my gosh, double L1 into a jumping L1 from the side of Rascals. My gosh. Look at that. I mean, it just looks like, oh, nice. Just a running R1, just something again. Yeah, right. Oh, look at this damage again. Rascals is making the comeback. Both players still have their tip. Oh, was that a skip?
That was a tier skip because the counter hit damage. He went for a neutral L1, and Beven got him with the crouch L1 there. Sheesh. Well, 2-0 now to the side of Beven. He's doing very well. Rascals is staying with it though. The one thing I think he needs to get better at is his panic roll. And you've noticed he's done it in both stocks so far. He had one point where he panic rolled like 3 times in a row, managed to not get hit somehow. I'm not sure how. As you see Beven there again, I see why he's panic rolling. Beven is so good with these crouching L1s, but Rascals needs to find a way to get some sort of roll discipline in here, Montage.
Yeah, you give Beven an inch and he's gonna take it a mile. I mean, he can convert so much damage off of the tiniest little mistake, which is also kind of a compliment as well to Rascals for being able to handle this. I mean, both fights have been really close, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see Rascals taken one of these next couple matches, but I think it's time.
It is time. Go ahead and count us in, Montage.
Players, prepare for combat. 3, 2, 1.
Right, here we go. Away with stock number 3 of the finals. Now comes the Frostbot inside of Roskills. Nothing doing with that, though. Beven doing a little bit of stutter stepping around here, trying to get Roskills to make a move first, just like that, but a little bit too slow with that crouching one. Not too slow with that one, though. 2 in a row. 1,000 damage in an instant, just like that. In about 4 seconds, 1,000 damage so quickly. Roskills manages to get his talisman swaps over. There's the Halo Tree Drake talisman and the Blessed Dew talisman. Beven's sitting very comfortable now, over 2,300 HP, as he does get hit by, I think, only one of the swords that time. Did about 200 damage, I think. He has Radagon's icon. Okay, there it is. I think that was a misclick. Out comes the Holy Scorpion charm. Very interesting. It's a really dangerous pick to do against coated swords, I think, especially if you're not going to run the Halo Drake, you know? We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it plays out for him, if Roskills can take advantage of that as he goes for a running L1. I don't think that was on purpose, as he gets punished by another crouching L1. It's really interesting. That's really all Beven's doing. Crouching L1s. I think he's done a jumping L1 twice and a jumping R1 once. That's it. It's all crouching L1s. It's pretty like cut and dry right now. But he just does such a good job of this. Such a good job of the wave dashing and the stutter stepping and the goblin stepping. Oh, he's so good at mixing this up and like not giving you a chance to really expect when that attack is going to come out. And Roskills is just really on the back foot still. He's trying to get in here and make some plays and just like claw back from this deficit, but there's not really much you can do about it. So that's a nice little L1 right there, and lands a little bit of chip damage from the second one, actually, just like that. He's back in it. Oh, that's a nasty trade, actually. I think Roskills had his tier proc at some point. I must have totally missed that. As Beven gets his proc with that talisman swap. Now over 1,300 HP. So Roskills 200. No Blessed Dew on the side of him. He still has that Scorpion charm on. I would take that off if I were him personally. One hit now and he is dead. I don't think the blue feather saves him if he gets hit by a crouching L1. I think that'll be it if he gets hit by both of them. He is. Does have Beven in a corner, though. Lands a nice L1. Whoa. Beven is now under 400 HP. Just like that, could this be Roskills' first stock win? And it is 2-1 now. Roskills says he is not out of it. What a beautiful comeback there. He was down by about 1,000 HP at one point, I believe, but did a great job of getting Beven into the corner. I'm not sure how that happened. Maybe Beven just lost track of where he is or didn't expect Roskills to be that aggressive, but I think it was right around here. Shortly after this engagement, Beven starts to run around into the corner. Coming up very shortly, out comes the Bestial Sling and manages to get out of the way of it. There's that jumping L1. But yeah, when he got pushed into that corner, that was just, I think Roskills managed to land like 2 L1s there for just a ton of damage, you know. Look, like he's down by 1,100 HP right now. No HP regen, and there it is. This is the corner right here where he lands 2 L1s just like that. It lands 1,000 damage. 1,000, just like that, Montage.
Yeah, I also feel it's necessary to point to something incredible about that last fight. Roskills wasn't rune-arced, and he won that.
He wasn't rune-arced!
Roskills was not rune-arced from what I think I can tell, so that's an even more impressive win.
Oh my god,
we realized.
Scorpion. Holy sheesh.
Yeah, but hey, still took it.
He did. We'll see if he can do it again. I'll go ahead and do the pleasure of counting us in. Combatants, prepare for combat in 3, 2, 1.
Okay. All right. There we go. Now Roskills is rune-arced. 1,900 to 2,500. Bit of a difference. But a raw jumping R1 coming out from the side of Beven does land one in the face of Roskills. Right now going for, again, these wave dashes, the goblin stepping, all of that. I mean, yeah, like you said, Sadia, like Beven is so good at it. Nice little, like, get off me, bro, L1. I like that. Coming from the side of Roskills. But the talisman swaps have happened from both players now. And, yeah, so we are now down to that reduced HP, but the HP bar still looking like it's high. A crouch L1 almost gets the second one, but Roskills does get the unlocked backstep. Ooh, the chase! Vortex City, that's where you're at right now. Population Rascals. Oh my gosh, but Beven. Icarus flew a little too close to the sun, started to get more aggressive, but Rascals punished it. Not bad. Still though, Beven is in the lead right now. Both players are just looking for an in right now. Oh my gosh, it's just run, stop. Run, stop. You know, they're both just looking for it. Does catch the jump into. Is that another tier skip?
That was another tier skip. 2 tier skips in 1 match, and now Beven's up 3-1.
That is brutal. That is brutal if you're Rascals to have that happen twice, but that is just a testament to how good of an idea it was to bring out these double Solarias. Their damage, that is exactly what you want them to do. They have that potential to do the tier skip. I don't know if that was intended from the side of Beven. If it was, you're insane. That's crazy. But regardless, it's working out. So congratulations. 3-1 right now. Gosh, what does Rascals have to do to bring this back, Sadia?
I think he needs to he's got to have role discipline more than anything else right now. He's got to have a better understanding of the spacing and the reach. There's a couple times where you see him he tries to do some jumps and some just stutter steps when he thinks he's outspaced it, and he hasn't. And then he gets trapped in the vortex or the pseudo vortex. So if he could turn that around, though, then he's still got a chance. But this might be the very last stock of the August 2023 Festival of Combat montage. Do us the honor of counting us in, would you?
Combatants, prepare for combat. In 3, 2, 1.
All right, the bolt is away, the physics are off, and will this be the final stock? Will Beven become champion again? We will see shortly. Roskill has to win 3 stocks in a row. As we take a trade there, that's almost dead even, actually. We see some talisman swaps in the side of Roskills. Now the Halo Drake, no more Ritual Shield. Beven has the Scorpion Charm. Oh, I'm surprised Roskills didn't capitalize that on that running L1. I don't think that was on purpose on the side of Beven. I think he meant to crouch instead. As we see him throw out some daggers, that's a beautiful, beautiful L1 on the side of Roskills. That's what you have to do. That's exactly where you need to be in situations like that. That's how you're going to climb yourself up out of this hole. Again, he has to win 3 stocks in a row, including this one. So it is a very tall order, but he's been playing fairly well. It just needs to clean up his play a little bit, and he can definitely come back from this as he gets hit by the Vortex 3 in a row. That right there is not what you need to do. That's the roll catches. That's been Roskills' kryptonite. Every single stock so far in this match. Let's see if he falls for the feint jump. He doesn't. Shows a good bit of discipline there. And there's another neutral L1 as he lands some damage. Out come the panic rolls, and there's a tier proc. Almost gets hit. Again, very luckily, as both players stare into each other, soul spinning in circles. Roskills lands 1 L1 to take down a little bit more HP. Is that a tier proc? I think so. It looks to be. Yes, both players are about dead even now. Roskills does still have a chance to at least extend this one more match. Can he do it? He does have the blue feather on. Beven does not. Beven has the Scorpion Charm on still, so he's going to be doing a ton of damage. There's a rolling L1 on the side of Roskills. Tries to go for an L1, but a little bit too late. Is he going to get roll cut? Oh, there it is again. The panic rolling. The panic rolling has been doing him in. Is he going to fall for this spin? That is a beautiful, beautiful turnaround crouch L1 for Beven. What a way to finish this in style, in typical Beven fashion. He takes the first place title of the 2023 August Festival of Combat. Montage, what do we have to say?
I mean, look, Beven does it again. And is that a hard thing to see? You know, does this man deserve his first place seating? I would say so. I think he just keeps proving that to the masses over and over again. I mean, just look at this replay and just look at the movement from this individual. Yeah. I mean, this is a player that it's again, they're playing on 4 times speed. I'm like, are we playing the same game? You know, how do I get the fast forward button? I mean, just such mastery over the spacing, the timing, and what I think is so impressive about Beven here is, I mean that's the essence of Souls, right? Is that you can be someone that understands, like, okay, this is the new patch, this is how poise is different, this is all the numbers, the poise break limits, this is, you know, the hyper armor comes out on X frame, whatever it is. All of those things can change, but in the grand scheme of things, if you just have incredibly strong fundamentals, it don't matter what the patch is. None those things help. That extra information is incredibly important to formulating a game plan. But if you just have those strong fundamentals, patch match doesn't matter. I mean, whip out the PSGS. You know, I put money on Beven every single time. And of course, showing it again today on this August Festival of Combat. I mean, just congratulations. Great play. And also, great play from Rascals as well. You know, it's not the easiest thing to make it all the way to the finals, you know, taking it over Inservin. It's impressive run on Rascals' end as well. So yeah, just congratulations to Beven. I don't know what else to say. It's just great work from everyone all around. I think this was a really fun tournament. I have to give a big shout out to the first round as well. So many funny stuff that we saw a pickaxe, we saw a lightning ram, Gugs twice. Let's go.
Backstabs.
Such a good tournament. Backstabs, yeah.
Really, really fun, exciting stuff for sure. And also have to give a shout out to the behind the scenes nutshell, of course, handling all the OBS stuff, people who host, all the combatants who are more than happy to participate. Honestly, couldn't do it without you. And of course, the viewers, hoping you enjoyed this as well, as much as we did, because I know I do. There's a reason why I keep coming back and casting. It's so much fun. It's this is maybe one of the best ways to be involved in Elden Ring. Yeah, and also, just like you said, shout outs to the people in the first round, all the interesting builds we saw, to the newcomers as well. Really great stuff from a lot of them, Tam especially, climbing up and really beat, what was it? They beat Sari, I think. So strongly encourage all the newcomers that were here today, and anyone else that may be interested in participating in a Den tourney, feel free to reach out and get in touch and find out how to qualify and participate, because we love seeing new combatants here. We love seeing things mixed up and being surprised like we were today is so much fun. But Montage, if anyone is curious, why don't you tell everyone here where they can find you? Because you play Elden Ring too, don't you? I believe.
Yeah, I pressed the go online button at the menu screen once or twice. Yes, anyone that's curious in my content, I do stream Elden Ring. If you want to see very mediocre invasions, I'm a bit of an expert in that field. You can find me at It's Montage. But I think we need to also give a wonderful shout out to the caster that carries every time, Sadia Moon. Go ahead. Let's. What are you up to these days?
I don't know about care. I literally just started getting back into Elden Ring Invasions again a week ago. You can find me doing cosplay builds, invasions and such at twitch.tv/Sadia Moon if you're interested. With all that out of the way, is there anything else you'd like to add, Montage?
No, just to really echo what you said. Shout out to all the players for making this a fun tournament and also an extremely, technical competitive tournament. Like, we had the best of both worlds, goofiness and like really good gameplay. And like you said, shout out to the people that work behind the scenes. Shell just puts in absolute overtime making these things happen. And of course, the rest of the Den staff that, bring these things to light. So, that's really all I got. Thanks for being here. Thank you so much for watching yet another awesome tournament. That's all I have. I'll let you send us out, Sadia.
All right. Well, with all that being said, I'm Sadia Moon, joined by It's Montage. Thank you all for being here, and we hope you had a great time watching this wonderful, wonderful Elden Ring tourney. And with that, we'll sign off and see you next time. Bye.